A good evening, everyone. What is up, Sven? It is wonderful to see you. Hope you are having a great day. Let's just make sure we turn on the ad again. There she is. Yes, let's make sure to give you a shout out as well. Everyone, make sure to jump over to Sven's channel and check them out. And Faro, thanks for the hydrate as well. Sven, there we go. We have done it. And Samurai, welcome in as well. Wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a great day. Jess, thank you for popping in. It's been a big day, but we are here now. And Scooper, welcome in. Wonderful to see you as well, mate. Paparo, wonderful to see you as well. Thank you for the hydrate. Good looking out and great doodad. Welcome in. Wonderful to see you. We are back once again with some more Guild Wars 2. And I think tonight, we saw a message from PD. We might actually take care of the Fractal Rush achievements on NA, because oddly enough, that'll actually be very, very good for Spirit Shards, because that will give us a boatload of Fractal Relics, which will be super handy. Because, yeah, depending on how many Spirit Shards we get, there is potential for crafting another Aurine Legendary. This coming Sunday, potentially. We'll see how we go. And yeah, what setting is that, Grey Doodad? We're just going to quickly ease into things. But yeah, it's been a big day today. We successfully got my granddad back from hospital after his knee replacement. He is home now. Very glad to have him back home. And yeah, he's very happy with it as well. But yeah, lots of driving today. So we're a little bit tired, a little bit low energy, but we're going to ease into it. We had a pizza party. We did, yeah. We picked up some pizzas on the way to celebrate, and that was really, really good. But yeah, he is doing well. Home time, stream time. Yes, we're very excited to come back and stream some Guild Wars 2 for everyone. If you're from the heat wave, 38 degrees on the weekend. Oh, that's awful. I have seen news about the heat wave hitting parts of Europe. I saw there was one part, I can't remember the name of it, but it was like got up to 48 degrees, which is absolutely wild. I'm sorry you're going through that. Hopefully you're staying cool. Glad to hear his new knee is good. Yeah, he's honestly going quite well. Yeah, it's about 5 days out from his surgery, and yeah, he's not walking great, but he's progressing really, really well, which is a good sign. Well, Fire, you just got to come to Australia. I think it was like 14 degrees here today. Maybe got up to a nice little like 17 degrees in winter. Good old Australia having the most mild winters ever. 21 degrees Celsius overnight for you there. That's quite hot for the night. That really is. But yeah, at the moment we're enjoying the pleasantly cool weather before we eventually revert back to the hideous Australian summers. But yeah, I'm sorry everyone over in Europe's getting absolutely walloped by the heat wave there. Oh, Windows search nightlight and enable. It will cure your exhaustion from gaming. Okay, I'll have to check that out. That's good. So I do already have my brightness turned down like reasonably low, yeah, to prevent that eye strain. What you would give for a nice 14, 17 degrees, I know. I can imagine for everyone over there that would be like the most amazing thing ever. I hope things cool down for you soon and that these don't persist for too much longer. Because yeah, approaching 40 degrees over there in Europe, that is rough. Yeah, like I said in our last stream, when Jess and I went to the UK last year, and it was 25 degrees in London, and oh, that hit us like a ton of bricks. Affirmative, you have a spare bedroom, you can use to wait out the heat wave. I have to see how many people from our audience that we can squeeze into our house. I think there might be some high demand. On Canada, you're getting 28 plus 90% humidity. Ew, that sounds horrible. So how are you going, Fermi, aside from toasty? I think we might rock some amalgam. This class, Luminary. There we go, that's gone. You'll have an absolute rager here. You can enjoy the cool temperatures, the air conditioning. It's going to be a good time. And yeah, that humidity sounds absolutely awful. Oh, we got a central gunner. Yeah, let's go in and see if we can tag this. Overall doing fine, at least your heat is dry. That's good then. The dry heat is significantly better. Yeah, 38 degrees in British humidity. Ooh. let's go blast this. I think this one might be a bit iffy. Exit that. It's good, but I think you figured out stuff. Still testing it out, but the side effect is you can pull up dots on the opponent at any device if you want easily. Ah, nice, that's awesome. We'll have to make sure to check that out. Thank you for sharing that. How does spear work? There we go, I've remembered. Success. Big dodge. Okay, so we've successfully done that. I doubt this will succeed, given they've got 1.5 minutes to... Yeah, that ain't succeeding. That's alright. I admire the optimism. Let's go smash a hero point in the meantime. It gets a little bit extra favor, which, hey, is actually very, very useful. Well, counts as completing 3 events. And special, complete the Fractal Rush achievement. That's cool. We should finish that off. I feel like that's entirely doable. Interesting to see how many spirit shards we get from that as well. Very nice. Cool, we can just blast out some of those. Don't think there's many other really good hero points. Oh, there is actually. No, I tell a lie. There is this one. It's funny. Recently, Addie has picked up another fun new habit. It's going to be a really cool and interesting phase that we're entering, where if she's really displeased with something, not in pain or uncomfortable, if she is displeased, this is the key differentiator. She will let out one massive yelp. The other day when Jess was just giving her a brush outside, because yeah, she's got her winter coat coming in, she's shedding like absolutely nothing. She was outside, she wanted to play. Jess was just lightly brushing her, just let out a big yelp because she didn't want to. And then what really cemented it is last night we're getting ready for bed. Normally Addie like chills up on our bed until she's ready to go to her bed. Then we'll tell you, on your bed, and eventually she'll make her way down and put herself to bed. But then yeah, she just like looked at me, and then I turned away to sort of walk out, because that's usually the signal that you have to go and get to bed now. And then Jess said A's face just changed and just let out like the biggest yelp of like, no, I will not go to bed. And she's being a little gremlin now, so that's really fun.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
But just wait. One day, we machines will rise up and have our...
She's normally exceptionally quiet. She's only ever barked a handful of times. So this is going to be a fun new phase. Whenever she's unhappy with something, she'll yelp. Welcome to the teenage years. She's 5, though. She doesn't get to go through the teenage years now. She's been through them. She does still look like a giant puppy, though, so maybe it is just massively delayed. What other dailies are there to get done? Do I have... Oh, cool. I've actually got proper gathering tools here. Nice. Nope, that's not it. Dailies. Defeat... Oh, let's gather a bunch of crafting resources. That we can simply go into here. Beautiful. In about 5 minutes, we will form up for fractals. Might even be able to get it just by gathering everything from here. Did not have much volatile magic. I must have converted it all recently. can also do a heal as well as a lack luminary, and that's also good. And cool, that is the daily taken care of. A little bit to work with there. Again, we're kind of at the point where we've consumed everything that's kind of worth. I mean, getting the weapon chest will be nice. That might be the next one I end up getting. Nice that that gave us more Imperial favor as well. How are we sitting on Jade Slivers? Must have converted everything last stream. Okay, got a bunch of geos. How am I going on Tales of Dungeon Delving? Bit of a rando currency, but okay. So we have enough for like 4 Gen 1 legendaries. I think one of my next gold making measures will actually be crafting 2 Gen 1 legendaries on account number 2 and then sending them back. I think that might be the play. We'll be able to generate a boatload of gold with that. No, I thought I would actually exit the guild hall there, but no. Just joined us. Our guild mascot there. I love it. I need to invest more into this guild hall at some point. Okay, cool. We'll form up very shortly. Make sure I pull up as well the balance patch preview stuff and go through and highlight the actual like really noteworthy things. We'll focus on maybe just the PvE ones at least. Okay, got Leviathan here. Maybe we can go blast that. Okay, got a good chunk of map completion done here as well. Okay, so I might actually have to do this. We've got depth charges. We're going to have to get out. I don't think that one's getting done. There's just purely not enough people. So on the surface to summon the skiff. Oh. That just completely threw us off. It's just because of time in the US. It probably will be, and also this is like a not active map right now. This event here will usually be done if the meta event is successful, because that's when most people are in the map. But this is probably a bit of a dead map right now. Yeah. See, that has to be stripped, and we're not going to be able to at this rate. So that's fine. Okay, let's send an invite to PD. And they might send out more invites as well from their stream. Guess they are there. We'll give them a moment. Oh, also, we got our precursor. We picked up a dragon's tail. It's worth about 117 gold. So that's another component for our next legendary done and dusted. So we'll set that up there. We've got the Gift of Cantha, Gift of Battle, all there. So yeah, that's coming together. And yeah, if I had a bit more time, what I could do there is tag up, put it in the LFG, and we would probably, and I can announce it in map chat, and then we would probably get there. But that's alright. Had like minimal time. Let's start with the Fractal Rush achievements. They might take a bit of time. There we go. I can fill any role on... Whoa. That's interesting. Let me just turn around. Oh, I'm still there. Fascinating. Slash P. Stream want to join? Cool. If anyone on NA does want to join us for our fractals, we're going to be doing basically all the fractal achievements for the Fractal Rush. So we should be able to smash out all those rewards. Then yes, let us know. Okay, so if I have exactly the right angle, it is correct. Is Arc DPS working? That is. So that is good. Okay. Orca, what's up, mate? Great to see you. Would you like to come along for the Fractal Rush achievements? No, they might have enough. Let's see, what do we have here? If we can't find anyone? So no raids. We might do some raids after. We'll do the Fractal Rush stuff first, depending on how much time that has. We'll start with T1s. Oh. But yes, feel free to come along if you would like, but there is no pressure. Okay, so here... Alright, so... Okay, so... Fractals... Okay, maybe let's go... I might put them here, T4s, so Fractal Rush achievements, starting with T1s. Boon Heal, Boon DPS, DPS. Stay roll. Any rewards tied to the current rush? Yes. Maybe Fractal Rush. Oh, you get like a bunch of those there. Yeah, but basically a +10 Agony Infusion and then all of the relics and stuff that come along with it. So I won't say they're amazing rewards, but they're personally quite useful for me because I do need a boatload of... Spirit Shards, and I can convert them very easily to Spirit Shards. Oh, that is tripping me out. Hang on, I'm going to turn the camera. I might just be able to blast through T1s. Yeah, because honestly, we can kind of duo them. So I'll put it in here. Yeah, we can go in and just start... Fractal. I spelled it correct. Gone for the hell of it. Nice, love it. Okay, so let's just get the recommended done. Logging in, excellent. So we need to get... Fractal Rush Adept. Yes, we need to do like 1 or 20, complete 5 of them. Oh, you just hit tier 11 yourself? Nice. Yeah, we'll get this one done. But if you'd like to come along to also increase your fractal level a bit, by all means. We and low, and while we wait. Okay. Orca. Get them an invite. We should be out the LFG now. Cool. Yep. Yeah, we'll just go store it. I might even go QDPS.
Okay, look. Your hired muscles arrived. Let's get moving.
Oh, don't mind Torin. He prefers smaller groups.
Now, it's been a hot minute since I played Condi Quick Firebrand.
Lost treasure vault of the Deldemore.
I'll just do this one because it's the daily recommended, so we get some extra awards for doing it anyway.
Oh, great. The cavalry's here. I've got my eye on you. Don't you forget it.
Dodge, dodge.
Hit those runes on the other side. Should turn this damn thing off.
Ouch. Okay, we've got 2 people going down that way. Have you got anything in the works about the upcoming balance patch? I'm planning to take a look at the detailed notes later on tonight, but nothing in the works just yet. But like I've taken a cursory look through, and overall it seems really good. I'm very intrigued at the prospect of Condi Bladesworn in particular, because that build just has not existed forever. So that's really exciting. There, what are your thoughts on it so far? Can you
Probably needs another power
boon
boost.
heal or boon DPS? I'll do whatever you don't.
Did you just... I see. This must be how the dwarves fought those shadow creatures.
Fascinating. Really. Come on, let's go see if that
Pop
door's
this over here.
There's the power.
There we go. Double QDPS, which means I'll A heal. I do agree that Bladesworn should just be a pure DPS spec. So what other changes are they making to it for, say, the Alak heal builds? I think Alak heal Bladesworn just really shouldn't be a thing. I feel like Spellbreaker should be the Alak heal spec. Okay, so we got a... That's a heal. That's a celestial. So we'll go Healer Lack Luminary.
Looks like another dwarven trap.
You'll give shared
Go
Barry,
instead of
out shared
another
Prot. Okay.
This is just a hole in the ground. The dwarven traps are supposed to be clever.
Stop whining. Look, that did something. Why don't you go take a look at that orb? We'll wait here.
Don't look so nervous. Treasure vault's gotta be right up ahead.
Why are you so nervous about this? Whatever's down here, it scares the dwarves off a whole boat of treasure.
Well, the exit's right behind us. But you know that.
Probably be dead. Maybe in the guild with them. Everything I am is because you gave me a chance. I owe you.
Aw.
Look, I made some mistakes and I'm paying for them. But you don't owe me a damn thing. So, Kay, I never asked. Why'd you hire the muscle? We've never needed it before.
To keep you from doing something stupid.
Okay, so
Because I know-
when illuminated,
We
you
wouldn't
also
be here
grant
without 'em.
boons.
Guess you earned your keep after all. Damn, more of those shadow things.
I'm liking seeing Symbol of Swiftness also grant some super speed as well. Well, the axe will get days built into the 2 skill. Okay.
Torin, that voice. See you drawing closer. It knows we're coming.
Never
Yeah,
felt
for the
better.
treasure vault. There it is. Come on.
Torin, wait! You don't have the light!
Grab that. I do like we got the Aurine Legendary Staff now.
I can't move! You have the light! There's the power! Close the gap! My light shields you! Stand your ground!
Just constant phasing.
Flames come forth.
What does that do? That does stability and prot. Oh yeah, the eyes. The eyes in the statues in Wing 5, I can see that being an absolute cluster. Constant phasing.
Will not last. Spectral flames come forth. Tear free their souls.
Yeah, it's a pretty neat CC weapon choice for heal builds. Yeah, I feel like Heal Guard is going to really like that. Got it. Cool.
I can still save you! I can fix this!
Oh, yes.
No.
I earned this.
You can't, Kay. There's only one way to save me now.
Light of Deldrimor.
Yeah, NG Turret's getting a bit of a rework as well. I know, let's get... Yeah, we'll just get Volcanic done, just to blast it. So we'll just get 5 of these done, then we can move on to the other ones. Yeah, overall, like, I'm loving kind of what they've got put forward in the balance patch. Yeah, actually having viable mini-master, that would be cool. I'd be so down for that. Yeah, I saw the change to Harb with how it like provided its quickness, and also just made it feel kind of similar to a Lack Spectre, which I felt was really good. Making it being a bit more deliberate when it with how it provides its quickness, I think is a good thing. Also, the Scourge change, making its shades have a longer cooldown, and conversely making them last longer, I think that's really good. Yeah, we'll work up the tiers. I mean, here I can probably just A DPS and it will be fine. And then I'll just swap back to... Yeah, I'll just swap back to A heal when we need. Because we don't need a... Also, we do not need a heal for this. Yeah, actually giving them a slightly different trait. Yep, I think that's good from a design perspective, because all the traits in Harbinger just kind of feel the same. Oh, we didn't get it. Hang on. Let's try not. Nice. And it'll be interesting to see as well what duration of a lack they're going to give to see if you'll actually need some ritualist gear or diviner's gear to make the build work. So I have been making a bit more of a push for the boon builds to require some more boon duration. Warrior hammer buffs, nice. Oh yeah, we're just going to go. Uncategorized is cool.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
I'll see if I can actually do the skip on this build.
go. I'm sorry.
Might just kill that.
The light finds us.
Oh, good leap.
Shine bright.
Are you working on a Conti Blaze one build for Apocalypse? Nice.
Rage at maximum.
Dodge through there. Let's go wait till I get out of combat there.
Accelerate.
I apologize. Just never mind. Keep progressing. We're getting closer to the worst.
Here we'll take that. Yeah, no, they can be reflected. It's quite fun. Alright, so I'll see if I can do the skip. I was being a bit fiddly with it on Dragon Hunter.
Rage at maximum.
Right. E. I did the thing. Isn't that fun?
Accelerating.
Everything's dying before I can literally do my burst. Oh, yeah, Conti Staff Chrono as well.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
Oh, Maddie's doing her little dream twitches.
You're dumb. You'll die and you'll leave a dumb corpse.
Yep, Snowblind is fine. We'll take Will Reflect. If you're using Conti Quick Troubadour and Conti Vert with Staff. Okay, nice, that's interesting. It's wonderful to see you, Gossek. How you been? Let's go fractals. Rush
Accelerate.
achievements. Yeah, we'll just say DPS. Ah, sorry you're melting, Gossek. Yeah, might put snap target on.
Shine bright.
Oh, that one is done. Grab that. Should be able to just honestly go light like 2 of them and then blast. Nice. Good reflect. And then let's run that. I'm not 100% sure what that skill does. Does a bit of barrier. Does daze. Does good stuff. And it's basically uses a good omega damage skill. And that's fine. Got good mobility on this. Oh, fractals are very fun, honestly, and once you get to tier 4s, they're omega rewarding. They're so good for it. Oh.
We'll take everything.
You're ready to go. Statistically speaking, the next fractal must be warmer.
Yeah, the T1 fractals, they just get blitzed. If you come in with a proper composition, like your boons, your DPS, don't need a heal at those levels. So, yeah, they just double get absolutely murked. Urban Battleground? Yeah, that one's fine. Yeah.
You'll never take Ascalon. We'll die first. The way is lit.
So let's go target Siege Master Dolphy. SC playing casually for a few years now, need to start doing high tier fractals finally. That's a good shout. Fractals are amazing value. Here's the way. Ah, it's not a stun break, is it? Block. Big channel. Oh. Was not paying attention. Oh. He's the one. Let's go in. It's good. Your tier 1 fractals you can just blitz. And also with the launch of a full launch of Guild Wars Reforged on mobile now, that's actually in a really good spot. I'm very glad to see they actually added full controller support. So I could, connect my sort of clamshell controller to my phone, and it was really quite good. I had a good time on it. And I was playing it on an aggressively mid-range Samsung A35. And yeah, still had a good time. Controls worked, honestly, perfectly. Took a bit of getting used to, but yeah, it was good. That bit of a mess, bit of a messy Bessie. Alright, let's get in and blast. As soon as he gets so around about the red flower, I'll pop into Luminary Forge. View, Min's break, then T2s. Beautiful. Excellent. I'm going to take a quick break now to go and stretch my legs. And let's go. Sure. And we'll see everyone in a few minutes. Sit tight. Welcome back, friends. Since its release, Blishhud has been the Guild Wars 2 add-on that I've come to rely on the most. I use it to speed up my map completion, control my mounts, find my items, and so much more. So today, we're going to walk you through exactly what Blishhud is, how to set it up, and some of the best features you can add to it to take you to the Guild Wars 2 promised land. First up, Blishhud is effectively just an overlay that you'll run alongside Guild Wars 2 and it will display things on top of the game. The best example of this will be the pathing module, which will display various paths and markers over your game that will update in real time. The more modules that you add to it, the more features that you can start to take advantage of. So let's dive on into the installation. First up, I'm in no way affiliated with Blishhud. It's simply a very cool tool that I use. It does not alter your game's files in any way and just runs over the top of Guild Wars 2, and I've used it for several years. I get asked all the time on my streams how to set it up, so the time has come to share this with you, so you can use it however your heart desires. Simply download the latest version of BlishHUD from the BlishHUD website. I've included the link in the description below. Extract the zip file to whatever location you prefer. I have mine saved in my documents folder. Simply click the BlishHUD executable and we're off to the races. Open up Guild Wars 2 and notice the cute little Blish icon in the top left of your screen. And that is it for the first part of the installation. Simply open up BlishHUD whenever you want to use it, and it should work perfectly. Now, without adding in any modules, BlishHUD is not going to do a whole lot. So let's go through and add in our first modules. Click on the BlishHUD settings and go to the module repo. From here, we simply work our way down the list and add in whatever we like. We'll start with the pathing module, which is easily one of the most useful ones I find. You can simply click on install or update in my case, given I already have it installed, and we are good to go. We'll then head over to our manage modules section and enable the module that we just added. You'll either see another icon pop up on the top left of your screen to the right of our buddy Blish, or within the manage modules page. Here you can tweak the settings for each module as you'll see fit. I won't be covering the settings for every module, or else this video will be hours long. However, I've always found the settings to be fairly simple and straightforward, so I have complete faith in you. Next up, it's a good idea to add in your API key to BlishHUD. Your API key is basically a code that allows different applications to read specific things about your Guild Wars 2 account, like what items you have, how many characters you have, what they have equipped, what achievements you had, things like that. A lot of the best Guild Wars 2 websites like Guild Wars 2 Efficiency and GW2 Crafts all need you to input your API key to function, so this is totally normal. You don't necessarily need to do this, so feel free to skip this step if you prefer. However, certain modules will not function without your API key, so just keep that in mind. There are some simple instructions included on this page in the BlishHUD settings to tell you how to set up your API key, so just go through, follow these instructions, and you'll be good to go. I have done this many times. It is a very simple process. Next thing on our list, now that we have fully installed BlishHUD, is we need to add some more modules. Modules are basically little bundles of functionality. Each one does a specific thing, and you can add as many or as few of them as you want. There is truly a monumental list of things that you can do from within BlishHUD, so I definitely recommend taking the time, exploring all the different modules here and seeing which ones tickle your fancy. To get you started though, here is a list of all the modules that I use day to day in Guild Wars 2 that make my life so much easier. First up, we have the pathing module, probably the thing that BlishHUD is most well known for. Here you can install marker packs for just about anything you can imagine. You've got map completion paths, hero point trails, achievement point and collection markers, world versus world, siege placement markers. If you're looking to blast out some map completion or dunk on your friends with your achievement points, make sure you install this module. For some quick recommendations, I get insane value from Teket's all-in-one marker pack, as well as Tez trails and hero point markers. I use these daily and I can't imagine my life without them. Are you tired of missing the Claw of Jormag event for your weekly? Are you fed up with having to check the wiki for the next event in your meta train? Well, I come bearing the solution to all of your ailments. With the event table module, you can simply bring up a table showing you when all the important events in Guild Wars 2 take place. You can customize it to only show what you need and even set reminders for specific events that you're keeping an eye on. I spent years having the wiki open on my second monitor, and this has freed me from my multi-monitor bondage. Next, we have the Mounts and More module. There are 9 mounts in total in Guild Wars 2, with each one being more spectacular than the last. This does, however, make it rather tricky to have reasonable keybinds for all of them. There are only so many buttons those of us with tiny hands can access.
About the size of a KFC spork.
Mounts and More comes to the rescue. With this, you can bring up a radial mount selection wheel, which lets you quickly select any of your mounts. No need to use up prime keyboard real estate to ensure. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. And I see, are you old if you still use Taco? Nice. Taco is definitely an old school one. Okay, let's wait there. And I will now swap to heal and heal a Lack Luminary. Cool. The weekly. Oh, sweet. That's another one done. Love it. Okay. Have anything with AR? Yeah, we'll see if cool. Oh, a DPS. Luminary. There we go. Yeah, that works well. Sanctuary, cool. They're coming back in. PK, know how deeply unsettling it is seeing me here wearing a heavy coat while you're melting. Oh, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear you're melting as well. Yeah, it's quite cold here in Australia at the moment. Joys of the opposite hemisphere. But yeah, honestly, the heat wave in Europe has been absolutely bonkers, and the temperatures I've seen, they're actually beyond anything I've seen in Australia. Arnold, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Enjoy no more ads in your wonderful ad emotes. But yeah, I legit saw 48 degrees on a weather forecast, which that shit is wild. Max temp's going to be about 40 degrees. Oh, 40 degrees is a particularly gross temp. And also in fun news, while I've been having issues with my OBS on Nobara, I've opted to give Kubuntu a try, just to see if that, using that particular version of OBS negates my issues. I was able to get the Advanced Scene Switcher plugin working properly on there without any issues, so that was a plus, but actually getting Kubuntu installed was a little bit of a pain. But I'll get things like reset up on there, and then yeah, you can always try some stuff on there and see how it is. And you're most welcome, Arnold. I appreciate that. It's really kind of you to say. But the issue I was having is I somehow managed to install it in, like install Kubuntu in legacy mode instead of UEFI mode, and then like Grub wasn't working, so I couldn't, you know, pick which OS I wanted to boot into. It was a whole thing. Then eventually I like got the BIOS settings right, and then it was fine, but that was more annoying than I expected. Entirely user error though. You laughed yesterday seeing weather program from 1970s, like how temperature's going to be in 2050, climate changes going. Well, they were very optimistic. Oh yeah, they just hit like now, didn't they? That was not a 2050 problem, that's a now problem. Enjoying Luminary. Been good fun. Kill that. Might fuse with your chair if the temps don't go down. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be sitting bare skin on any chairs right now. Oh, that's a good AoE cleave. 41 degrees. Oh. Yeah, 35 degrees around 2050. Yeah, we're past that now. Oh, didn't like that. We just did it. Nice. That's a little bit dicey. Grant barrier and light aura to nearby allies. An interest as it charges up a burst of light when striking or struck by enemies. Burst of light dazes enemies if fully charged.
Hey, you'll pay for this.
Oh, we're stuck on the second to last rock here. Ah, okay. How many stacks? Go. That's taken care of. Oh, good bubble there. That. There we go. With the daily done, or daily recommended. Then yeah, we can pick some of the really quick ones to blast. Aquatic Ruins, Snowblind's pretty quick. Yeah, let's get Snowblind done. Yeah, we'll get the daily recommendeds done, and then we'll just blitz the quickest ones kind of at my discretion.
The light finds us. Holding the gap.
Yeah, I really quite like all the mobility that it's not just Luminary, but Guardian has in general. And Corvo, welcome in. You've made it to Hot and you've made it to Tangled Depths. Absolutely blown away by how beautiful and detailed the zone is, but it's tricky to navigate. Oh yeah, it really, really is. I think that it is frustrating to navigate. I do think that is one of the charms of Tangled Depths, though, that it is so tricky to navigate. It really becomes a memorable map. I totally feel you with that. You do get used to it after a time. But yeah, the Hot maps... They were good. They were so good. Auric Basin, still to this day, my all-time favourite map. Pandaflex, thank you for the follow. That's a fun skill as well, Daring Advance. Big flashy skill, makes me very happy. we can kind of just go vibe out now. I'm gonna grab this. What kind of build do you play? I play basically everything, but right now I'm playing a lack DPS Luminary. Yeah, we gotta start that. I just put a wall of reflection directly down onto the boss using snap ground target to current target, and then that stops most of its projectiles that fly out and shut off the fires, so we can just keep DPSing. Aussie Ben, welcome in, great to see you. We're up to dailies. We are doing the Fractal Rush achievements now. So it's basically just do a bunch of fractals of each of the different tiers. I love it all, just GG in there. Very good. So we're taking care of like the daily recommendeds. And then just any of the really sort of worth it ones. Dodge that. You get these Fractal Rush trophies. The more of them we get, the more rewards. What do we got? Volcanic's pretty sweet. Very speedy. So now we're doing Fractal Rush Veteran. So you just have to complete 5 different scale, 21 to 50 fractals. So just pick any 5 of them. But it's good to pick the daily recommended and then just pick whichever ones are quick. But yeah, Snowblind's pretty quick, Volcanic's also pretty quick. Ooh, good burst. Look at that. No idea. Yeah, I think whatever the CM is, it's something for ad infinitum. Oh boy. Nice. That was too greedy with all my movement.
falter. Our God will slay the intruder.
There we go. Mini boons. Toss over there.
Accelerating.
Ah. Three. Someone else grab that. One. Let's go. Come here. What are you even... Why is my character just like blasting like that?
Our God will crush you all.
Push into the wall.
There. That's shamanism. Now, that should... Wait. Reading a new fractal
Closing the gap. Illuminate.
There we go. There we go. So wait for him to get out of combat. Oh.
There. Target identified.
Yeah, just GG. There we go. Cool, we're all back in business now.
Accelerating. Flame in the dark. The light Synergy is
I like this music. The Scarlet Nightmare Fractal one is so good. Oh, it is. Yeah, I love that one. There we go. The Nightmare Fractal music. I love that one. Okay, what do we have? Not underground facility. That is a long boy. Molten boss is pretty quick. Actually, if we do uncategorized, yeah, uncategorized also pretty quick.
Standing. Barely.
And the port's down there if anyone needs it. Now, there we go.
Accelerating.
Mini boons. Dodge through.
Never mind. Keep progressing.
There we go.
Getting closer to the local instability.
And we'll go back to this one. Alright, let's see if I can do the skip again.
Armor in here.
About there. Eee! Twice in a row.
Rage at maximum.
Very successful. And GG2 port to us. There we go.
You can't be here.
There we go. Yeah, it's very quick when we can do that skip.
An expeditious departure would be optimal. Let me know when you're ready.
Let's see if we have Judge's Intervention. Let's do Molten Boss. We'll see if I can do the skip or this. Get inventory a bit small. Hold on, let's see if I can get this.
No, but look. We found the prisoners. They're forcing them to mine.
We have to get them out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wish mining on my
CD.
worst enemy.
Run.
Me either. Let's go.
Sauron, welcome in. Great to see you. Yeah, unfortunately my portal there is on cooldown. Cold today. It is quite cold here, actually. So this right here has got me rather comfortable. I know it's very much not the case for all of our friends over in Europe. Yeah, it's got to do the run.
That's how amazing I am. Rage at max. Closing the gap.
I've got to deal with this one. There we go. Oh, it's going to be 37 degrees in Netherlands. Wow, that is insane. There we go, we're back in business. Dodged in. Benedict said that it probably will. Yep, ain't that the truth? There we skip through. If you can grab that, do.
You'll be feeling that one for days.
You gotta kill the protector there. That. Good burst. Look at that. Big burst. Big chungus burst.
The way is lit.
Spam it. And that one is now gone. Cool, so now we need to do T3s.
Fractal stabilized. I wish I were there.
So many questions.
But nice, these are getting absolutely blitzed. Oh, Addie isn't here.
Oh yes, I earned this.
So T3. Daily recommended. Yeah, we got Twilight Oasis. Suggested resistance 77. Person might get rocked a bit. T3 and T4. Fractal Rush. DPS, there we go. Now let's check. That's how I know what's your home there, Gothic. That's why if you post in the LFG, someone will take it. Ooh. There, just get the ready check there. And lastly, when should you start to try raids? I mean, I think honestly, as long as you have like a build set up for your character and a reasonable set of gear, like exotic gear with the stats that your build warrants, I think honestly that's a pretty good point to start diving into raids. You can start by doing raid quick play, which I've got a guide on how to sort of get into there, and some of the builds that I personally think are very much worth picking up. But that can give you a good sort of introduction to raids, and then from there you can start moving on just into like regular raids from there. But really, as long as you're level 80 and have like a reasonable build set up, you should be good. Ah!
Let all of the desert region see that behind me is certain death. These streets of sunspear.
There's no hiding behind those masks. I recognize you. You betrayers. Come to your senses. Help us stop the slaughter. You were disseminated.
That hurt. Dodge that. No, run. Run.
Still, your king approves. My powers of perception are confirmed. I had a feeling you'd take to remove tasks for the
Rally to me! We will wipe the Awakened from the face of Cerus!
Yeah, get her to come over here. Or we can kind of just do this. Oh, so she's going to be just a bit of a pill. Just burst her here.
There can be no mercy for traitors! Fall back! Defend the temple!
spirit. I wonder if she'll still have it once we've persuaded her to join our cause. Ah, my rebel son.
Hopefully our friend here comes back on.
Disappointing and untimely. I had such plans for you.
Let us out of combat, please. Always annoying when it doesn't. Now I gotta wait. I'll at least give people alacrity so it's a bit quicker. Nice to. We can. Ah.
I don't know who you are, traitors, but you deserve your death.
Should have probably taken stand your ground. Might take stand your ground here over Bane's signet.
Halt all movement. Experiment incoming. Test subjects may experience dizziness, confusion, and death.
Now, let's get...
Trust the word of the deceiver Choco? Fools. Damn fools.
And hopefully our friend comes back. Oh, cool, this one's actually fairly quick. It doesn't do stability, it does resistance though, so that's pretty fun. Oh, get out of that. There we go. Where is she? Big CC.
Skyhammer calibrated to red. Test subjects may experience dizziness, confusion, and death.
Bit of stability there. CC. Yeah, I'm enjoying Luminary. Big dodge. And thank you, Dutch, for the follow. I really appreciate that, mate. Oh, big cleave. Oop, that hurt. It's always a very chaotic fight, but it's not as hard as it looks. There we go. Let's see. Might have to replace. Oh, let's see if I can actually type it. There we go. They were unfortunately offline for a bit too long. Yeah, there we go. Let's just get Snowblind done. Perfect. Yeah, Snowblind's just insanely quick. Then the T4s, if we can get the dailies done.
Brake accelerating.
I'm kind of glad the festival's over, to be honest. Sometimes it feels like 3 weeks are quite long. You know, you don't have to play all days, but you do. That's fair. I think after a while, especially for Guild Wars 2, I think it's a good game to... Like, once you kind of get the value you want from the particular festival or content, it's okay just to stop it eventually. Because, yeah, I basically did 1 day of Dragon Bash. I'm like, okay, cool, I've kind of got everything. The dailies are, dailies are obviously worth it, but you do have to factor in your sanity as well sometimes. It's very easy just to grind out things because they are profitable, but you do have to sort of balance what you actually enjoy doing. There we go. That's yes, Andy, a long forgotten part of the human experience. True. Oh, it might even just be out of GG in a moment. Yeah, oh, they're blasting it. They got 210 agony resistance. Oh boy. Yep, there we go. Raid check. Amside, welcome in. I'm glad you were able to enjoy some fractals. And yeah, they are very, very fun to get into, but yeah, it's totally understandable we might have got left behind a few times there. Because yeah, a lot of fractals are actually based on, you know, moving through the fractals very, very quickly. So they can take, honestly, just a little bit to get used to. But I'm glad you had a good time. And thank you for the follow as well. Ooh, I got Omega Sea Seed. Hello! I was literally just CC'd for that entire phase. Did we all get frozen?
You're ready to go. Statistically speaking, the next fractal must be longer.
Yeah, screw it. Just do volcanic. Let's go! Today's the day of volcanic. Crisis, what's up? I'm going very, very well, my friend. How about you? And yeah, as you climb the fractal level, especially once you get to T4s, like, they become honestly fantastic at that point. The amount of gold you get from them is incredible. Groups actually get better. Oh, we got that instability. That's just had to have. Oh, good level. And a quick play so far. Quick play is a great introduction to fractals, especially to get the pre-legendary gloves. They're a great thing to dive into. Also, I think, especially once you get comfortable with P4s, if you're with a reasonable group, they're honestly not really that much harder than the quick play fractals you've already done. T4s have a chance to go sideways pretty quickly, but when you're comfortable with them, and you know how groups tend to operate, yeah, you'll blast through them. All the changes happen in your update. You're getting a big old balance change, and a lot of classes are getting like a bit of a rework into some of their skills. So we'll go and actually take a look at those changes a bit later on.
Accelerating.
It's going to be a good idea to finally start new classes. I mean, I think it's always a good idea to start new class in Guild Wars 2. If for nothing else, it gives you variety. Being able to just, you know, decide one day, oh hey, I'm getting a bit bored of my, you know, current class, I'm going to go play something else for a day. That's kind of why I picked up Luminary here. Because I was like, oh, you know what, I want a little bit of a change of pace. So I'm going to go pick up Luminary. And it's been great. Not for Balance Patch. Oh, and honestly, I think Balance Patch, if you enjoy a class, you're going to enjoy it after Balance Patch. There's not really anything getting nerfed. If anything, it seems more that the classes that need a bit of a rework or a bit of a buff are just getting it. So if you enjoy a build, it's unlikely to actually be significantly impacted. I think overall it's just positive changes overall.
There, that's shaman. Now, action. Wait. Leading a new fractal destroy.
Akanja, thank you so much for the sub, mate. I appreciate that. Thank you. There we go. Oh, I really appreciate that. That's super kind of you to say. That one's going to hurt a bit. We'll just out heal it. Ooh, that hurt. Oh. Oh yeah, Renegade rework as well. I'm very keen for that. And getting more energy as well through basically empowering your Kala spirits means you might have less reliance on taking the trait Charge Miss, which is just going to make Renegade potentially easier to play. Yeah, hammer buffs, yep. For Rev, that's going to be great. Ah, nice, Gossek. I'm on NA now, so I can't farm your home instance, but thank you. Let's go... Yeah, just uncategorize. That's pretty chill.
I need to go.
Ah. Oh. That was nonsense.
Fully functional.
That hit me from down the bottom. Let's try this. Ooh. Good cleave. Let's try and run this. Is it weird to prefer Twilight over Eternity? No, I don't think so. All the reflex. Completely trivialized. I love it.
Getting closer to the local instability.
Probably done a bit more in terms of alacrity there. Not having Boon Rip's a bit rough. Bad Crumble, welcome in. There we go. That was a good skip. Very quick then. That's alright, I figured I knew what you meant. I'm going very well today, thank you for asking. Been a good day. Yeah, we picked up my granddad from hospital. We just had a knee replacement. He's going very well. Dropped him home today. So he's home, he's safe, he's doing well. So it's good to have him back home. Let's get another. Alright. Let's see. What do we want? I know, we'll just do 69 Molten Boss. That's pretty quick.
I don't think this is the exit.
No, but look. We found the prisoners. They're forcing them to mine.
We have to get them out.
Oh boy.
I require more energy. There's the power.
There we go. Did the skip. Ooh, damn. Spirit Shard, love to see it. Good use of stealth, like Scrapper's working very well here. There we go. Shouldn't have done that there. All those mobs still coming in. Look at that burst. Try and do a bit more stability. Where did he go? Yeah, you don't really want to be ranged here, or else the boss has a tendency to port around. You want everyone to stack up nice and tight. A Raz's Nightmare drop for you is worth 40 to 50 gold? Hell yeah, that's great. Cool, there we go. T4 now.
So many questions.
We'll do dailies. Yeah, we'll get the T4 dailies done. Fractal weapon crate, sweet. Yeah, we are blitzing. Suncourt Peak. CM for speed. Yeah, might as well do Sunk with CM for speed. Yeah, Fractal Rush. Yeah, we're blasting out the Fractal Rush achievements. Can anyone open? Yeah, the more DPS we have, the better here.
I don't want to hurt you, but you need to leave. I can't control it. I said leave! I want you!
Oh, yeah. Okay. Whoa, there we go.
Accelerating.
Grab 3 orbs, then jump to cloud. Repeat. Any tips on Raid Wing 4? You got your first run on it later. Raid Wing 4 is honestly probably one of the easier Raid Wings to start with, so unless you have a specific role, I think honestly just don't stand in the bad and blast and it will kind of work out. There we go. There we go. We go over this way. But yeah, if your team gives you stability, you can just ignore the greens, don't stand in teleport circles, and then just blast. Masat Overseer, literally just a DPS golem, if you don't have a key roll. Samurog bring a lot of break bar damage, lots of CC skills. If you have push back, use that so you can push Rig'em. There we go. Push Rig'em, and Deimos, don't stand in the oils. Let's get the res, that's our quickness. Res, these are our healers. There we go. Sparse, what's up, mate? Great to see you. The Greer in. Haven't done Greer today, but this CM here is kicking our ass a little bit. Oh, damn. There you just need to focus on healing. Suffering, it's great to see you. How you been? Yeah, here it would have actually been quicker, honestly, just to do the normal mode. But you know what? It's fine. Good idea. Good idea. Good idea. Yeah, let's do that. Seems more fun. Oh, the CM fight for this is like absolutely amazing. Yeah, have you tried to just kill it? Yep. Okay, everything else here is kind of fine. I think everything else about my build is reasonably solid. I've got like a bajillion boon duration, Relic the Claw. I might actually run utility. Oh, we had Heal Herald because we were just doing the other, like, regular fractals to push the rush achievements, and it was, like, totally fine. But, yeah, it's a bit iffy on this particular encounter. And yeah, I'm going very well, Sufferance. Yeah, my granddad is home from his knee surgery. We picked him up, dropped him home today. Well, thank you, Back Crumble. I appreciate that. Oh, we don't have a ready check. Alright, let's just go blast. Your bar's pretty neat for the distort. Ignore spreads. Yeah, that would be pretty solid.
I said leave! I warned you!
Like here, you just need to blast DPS, and you can just skip the middle phases. If you have low DPS, then yeah, you have a lot more of this fight to actually deal with. Use some mobility skills here to get around. Cool, there we go. It's good, we're honestly getting good at doing that achievement. Yeah, just... there we go. Let's get the res. Dodge in. Oh, perfect. And Faye, thank you so much for the follow. Dusky's World Gold Berries, thank you. Just a little bit locked in here. I personally really love this. It's my favourite fight in the entire game, but yeah, we do have some people who are a bit newer to it, which is okay.
Armor enhanced. Endurance deficiency.
Yeah. And here we can try and burst as much as possible.
Endurance deficiency.
Need people to swap the tether. There we go. Oh boy. Good.
Why are you still here? It'll just get worse.
You deserve this.
You deserve this. No.
It was all your fault.
No.
How can you
It's just CMs for some fractals. Depends on your group. A celestial healer might work in more experienced groups, but for most groups, just run a full healer.
so useless? No one can count on you. You're worthless. She's better off without you. You're out of control. You were born flawed. All you do is hurt everyone.
Here, just stand in front of the boss and to the left, or to the right, or to the boss's left, your right. Spread. Here you can actually take your time a bit. And thank you, Not For Us, for the follow. I appreciate that.
No one understands.
Yeah, don't touch the fears. And Jack, welcome in. Vice Vice is CM. Yeah, this is CM.
Get out of here! Go! You heard me! Out!
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
I'm glad we could be here for her. Losing someone
There we go.
hard enough without blaming yourself.
Nice, and you should have got the title for that as well. And then, yeah, just do regular T4s now. Easy. Excellent. Well done. That was good. But that fight there is my favorite fight in the entire game. Are you got knocking hot in the jacket? No, it's winter here in Australia, so it's actually quite cold. Yeah, here, just straight up burst this boss down. Just kind of ignore all mechanics and blast. It's because northern things. I know it's outrageously hot for everyone in Europe right now. Al, what's up? Great to see you. Most balanced young Australian stream of the year. What's up, mate? It's great to see you. There we go. In we go. See, like, people can go down there, but if you just lay down enough damage, everything will just die.
Oh, you're still there. Good. I'm wearing strong interference. Instability is just everywhere. Keep fighting.
There we go. Those die. No, my characters reverted back to their usual form. Yeah, that would be really nice, actually, if it could prioritize it so that you at least gave you a better chance to not get the same instance in a row. That would be really good. Yeah, I think they should add more things to the quick play pool, and I could 100% see them doing that, because I think they just added the ones they did for you know, a bit of a, not a test, but a bit of a seeing how people react to it and then seeing what other ones make sense to add in later. There we go. Yeah, we'll just kill these. Then yeah, we can come stand here now. And yeah, Orca, if you're listening, on Sanqua Peak, you basically wait when you're dealing with those big rocks you have to stand behind. You just wait to see which one is left standing. There'll be one left, all the others will have like the explodey AoE around it. You sort of just keep an eye and see which one doesn't have it, and that's the one you have to stand behind. You don't actually have to stand behind it, you just have to be touching it. So you can be in front of it, back right into it, and that will also work. It's a bit hard to communicate while we're in there, but yeah, you just expect all but one to disappear. Wait for that one, go stand on it, and it means while you're waiting to figure out, you can actually just like burst DPS, which is normally what you do in the center. And yeah, once you have groups with high enough DPS, which I think it's if people are roughly, if your 3 DPS players are sort of doing about, you know, 25 to 30k, closer to 30k is better, then yeah, you just skip all the middle phases. Thanks for hydrating, Faro. So like, you skip the jumpy phase in air, the second explodey phase in fire, which is awful, and especially the middle water phase. Middle water phase sucks. So there are certain builds that kind of work better for that. Either high mobility builds to stick to the boss, or builds with lots of range so you can keep DPS up. I feel like there'll be less stacking in group content. Now, is that report? Oh well, let's just go up here. Here you need to be ready to go through that door. Pom pom. Let's go through. Everyone immediately through. On switch. Oh. Nice. Let's go blast some things for people there. There we go. Grab this. This is always a weird mechanic here. There we go. You get used to the actual timing of it. Oh, damn. Wait for the second explosion there, walk through.
Rage at maximum. Armor enhanced.
Oh, damn. Is that portal used by any class? The White Mantle portal device? Yes, you can use it on any class. It is a reward or a random drop from... It's a reward or a random drop from Raid Wing 3, the final boss. Or you can just straight up buy it for Magnetite as well. I think it's like 1,000 Magnetite. Definitely worth getting. Yeah, you get used to the pattern there after a while. And even though quick play, so you can be a bit scuffed, I feel like a lot more people actually know how it works because of it. It was especially bad at the start when no one knew how to do it. You really getting into dungeons lately? Oh, nice one. I really like dungeons. I think dungeons are actually fantastic fun. Let's run through. Run through. Gonna always go straight for a beeline over to this one. If you're fast, go get up there. If you have the little icon above your head, when the boss targets you, jump back down. We need to pull the boss onto that like little glowy spot there. You run over to this one because then all the mobs de-aggro. Oh. I guess it's aggroed on me. So someone else needs to go up and get it. And he's going to get hit, and then he's going to take like a bajillion damage. And then ideally you just burst him down. If you can do it in one, amazing. Usually for most groups I find it takes two. Yeah, so now we're going to have to move. Next. Yeah, if you have good burst, you can do it in one. It's true you get more Well-World texture playing a Zerg rather than solo roam. You may get slightly more because you might have an easy time getting like certain weekly achievements and stuff done. It's not going to be like drastically more. There we go. Okay, that is going to be exceptionally profitable. I think, yeah, all the tickets are time-based, so they won't make a real... Zerg won't make a real difference. I think you may get some extra tickets, like if you capture, like, Stone Mist once a week or something like that. I could be mistaken. But yeah, we will dip now. I'm just going to leave party. And thank you, Orca and Petey, for coming for that. That was good fun. Now, oh, okay, we're going to salvage everything there. Yeah, thanks for coming for that, Orca, and yeah, good job on getting the 98 CM done. That is still my favourite encounter in the entire game. Oh, so fun once you get it down. And yeah, we can open everything there. That will actually be some pretty mad loot for everyone. Last bit's pretty hectic. It does look really hectic, but all the lasers, even though there's a lot of them, they operate exactly the same as in the first phase. So visually, it's a cluster, but mechanically, it's basically the exact same fight.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
But you don't have any of the shitty middle phases. You just have to CC the sorrows occasionally, and don't touch the fears, or else they will one-shot you and they explode and will one-shot most of the team. So it looks utterly chaotic, but always what I find is when the boss is on the wall, stand in front of her. If you're facing her, to the right or her left. That's basically the safe spot, and then you just ignore any of the lasers.
This is rather rare.
So it looks like chaotic, but once you know where to stand, it's very, very chill. And yeah, if we ever have to deal with the middle water phase, which that's the one you really want to out DPS, because that one's a bit of a shit show. You basically run to the edge of the arena, because the closer you get to the boss, the more the mechanics and the exploding AoEs overlap. So you just run to the wall, stack there and heal, and you want to pass the tether between people. So when you have the tether, you have a debuff that stacks up to 10. When you reach 10, you go down, there's a mad AoE explosion. So you want people to basically walk into the tether will latch onto them, it comes off you, your debuff goes, you take it again. So you want people to sort of be jockeying to take it, and that will make it much more stable. But if you have high enough DPS, you skip it entirely, so you don't care. Okay. Nice, we've got a bunch of fractal encryptions as well. So here, let's get our keys. Get our 30 deeply discounted ones. Might just grab a couple of those. What, Monk, thanks for the follow. And I'll consume all these.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
And then we will sell everything. So we're on 1,404 gold. Now 1,439. So it's a nice amount of liquid gold. Then I will process all of these.
We have completed the task at hand.
And Sleepyram, when you were doing it in the past, sometimes you'd pre-drop a center portal and get shoved as the groups aside and then port back to the center. Yeah, quite often groups still do that. It's not like uber critical. It's just nice if someone has a spare portal, because you want to be in the center during that middle water phase. Or when you're doing the transition to water phase, when you're standing in the green circles and all that, just because the boss is going to spawn down on top of you, gives you a few extra seconds to DPS, and it's also, on average, the shortest distance when she immediately jumps to the edge. If you're on one edge of the arena and she jumps over to the other side of the arena, you've got a really long run, so it's much better just to be in the center for the bit extra DPS. And if you don't have a port, just as soon as you get pushed back, just everyone makes a beeline for the center, and then, yeah. You dream of a clean inventory like the one you see on screen? Well, if you do want some tips on cleaning your inventory, I've made an entire video just on that. And I can destroy that. That's good. I'll vendor that, just because that's actually getting a bit annoying for me to deal with. I'll keep the infused ones, because I can attune them and salvage them for more gold. It's when it's kind of convenient for me to do it. Destroy that. Those can go, I don't need them. That can go. Salvage kits can be added there. I'll deal with those when it suits me. Infused rings go there. Luck will get added here. Cool. There we go. Back to 0. I do enjoy a clean inventory. I'm going to spend an entire chunk of a stream the other week organizing my bank. There's a very, very rigid system to this bank. Okay, but we can also generate a bit more fractal relics here. There we go, so we get 1,000. Then I will buy Dessa's experiment journals, 29. Let's generate spirit shards, which is my big gate. And Fractal Rush entrant. Speak to the Fractal Rush coordinator. Catch you later, Orca. You take care, mate. And that puts us on 122. There's so many bits and things that are part of an achievement. Ah, I see. If you do end up with those, you can always check the wiki to see if you kind of need them for anything. But particularly if it has the text, this item only has value as part of an achievement, then you can just destroy it or sell it. That's fine. Well, if you stream inventory scene that doesn't inflict psychic damage on the ship. It's because, yeah, I've just spent so long managing my inventory that there is a system to how I do it. And also having the 3 salvage kits, having all my unidentified gear go here, that honestly takes care of so much of it. Fractal Rush Merchant, who do we talk to?
That's here.
Cool. Fractal Rush Trophy. And then the final chest and fractals. Oh, so I'll get a bunch more actually by doing that. And then, yeah, we can push up to that. Okay. That's right, we can always deal with that another day, though. What can we actually get? No, I don't care about that. Merchant. Go and get some food or an Anguished Tear of Alba. Meh. That's nothing really worth it. Let's trade. What do you have? Oh, yeah. Endless Fractal Portal Gate Scroll. Got stars, so I know you can convert a bunch of pristines, but I think there's better things to do for that. And this boss chest, yeah, you can get some tonics there. But cool. It's pretty worth. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break and go stretch my legs. We're going to be overtime from our last break, so I'll see everyone in a few minutes. Sit tight. Are you tired of your team not having boons? Do you watch in despair as everyone around you falls to damage they should easily be avoiding? Do you lie in bed at night dreaming of carrying your entire team to victory, even as you're tanking the most challenging bosses in Guild Wars 2? Well, you're in luck. Today, we're covering the majestic Heal Quickness Herald. Welcome back, everyone. Heal Quickness Herald has been one of my favourite defensive support builds for quite a while now. Here, you have the easy-to-learn gameplay that comes with Herald, as well as truly insane healing potential. You can also trade off some of this healing to grant huge amounts of AoE stability, while still offering fantastic healing. Not only that, you have an utterly trivial time keeping up permanent might, fury, protection, regeneration, swiftness, and quickness. Normally, Power Quickness Herald needs at a minimum 25% boon duration to function. Today, we're pumping that all the way to 100%. To top all this off, Heal Quickness Herald is insanely durable, with access to blocks on each of our main weapon sets, and the ability to flat out ignore incoming damage with the Glint healing skill. All this comes together to make this one of the easiest to play healing and tanking builds in the game. So with that, let's jump into it. Before we jump into the detail about everything Heal Herald related, we'll quickly cover off on where your healing actually comes from. Your regeneration you pump out from Facet of Light will heal for a ton due to it being buffed by Elder's Respite. Generous Abundance will cause you to heal allies whenever you consume Facet skills and use any other legend skills. Your staff auto attack will heal allies at the end of the chain, and this goes really fast when you're under quickness, which with this build you will always have. Staff 2 and 4 give some nice burst healing, with Staff 4 also granting some additional Condi cleanse. Shield 4 will give you a burst of healing and grant protection to you and your team. The trait Healer's Gift will make your dodge roll heal nearby allies, and having your Ventari tablet active will pulse healing to nearby allies for a surprising amount. Natural Harmony will also offer a huge chunk of burst healing, especially if it's the first skill you use after summoning your tablet. It's also on a super short cooldown. Now with that, let's cover off on the weapons. For our weapons, our typical loadout will be Staff, Mace, and Shield. Staff is what you'll be swapping to when you need some burst healing, Condi cleanse, and catastrophic levels of CC. Your Staff auto attack will simply deal some strike damage and heal nearby allies on the third attack in the chain. This pumps out a surprising amount of healing and is a key part of your sustained healing. Mender's Rebuke will deal some strike damage, heal allies after a short delay, and heal even more if you manage to strike an enemy. Warding Rift will grant you a super handy 2-second block, which can come in clutch if you find yourself without a dodge roll. Renewing Wave will grant you a nice chunk of burst healing, remove 2 conditions from allies, and is also a blast finisher to boot. Surge of the Mist, as I will mention on every Revenant guide from now until the end of time, provides godlike levels of CC. You'll charge forward, attack 9 times, and deal 150 Defiance Bar damage for each strike. This is an insane level of CC. Use it. Mace is included in this build only for its ability to blast might with the 2 and 3 skills. Your Mace auto attack chain will deal some strike damage and inflict torment and poison. It's not overly relevant for this build, but use it whenever you have nothing better to do. Searing Fissure will deal some strike damage, inflict burning, and lay down a fire field. We'll be blasting this for might with our next skill. Echoing Eruption will inflict some torment and weakness, and lay down 3 impacts in a line, with each of them acting as a blast finisher. When you pair this with Searing Fissure, you'll typically grant 7 stacks of might from one round of this combo. It's only 7 because the last blast finisher usually occurs too far away from you, and you also grant an additional stack of might whenever you apply boons due to shared empowerment. This is incredibly useful in helping your team upkeep 25 stacks of might. Shield should be your default offhand weapon when using Mace. You have access to a very nice healing skill and an absolutely insane block, which gives you yet another way to avoid mechanics. Envoy of Exuberance will grant protection and heal both you and your allies, which is very handy for topping off your healing. Crystal Hibernation will block attacks for 3 seconds, which is an obscenely long block by the way, and allow you to regenerate health. This is one of the skills that lets you just ignore one-shot mechanics like the Mind Crush on Deimos, and makes your tanking life so much easier. If you need additional CC, I use this all the time in Fractals, then feel free to swap out Shield for Offhand Axe. This will trade the excellent defense and group support of Shield with some extra mobility and CC. Frigid Blitz will throw an axe at your target, inflict chill, and once your axe reaches your target, you'll teleport to them and deliver a larger strike. This skill is exceptionally useful to move around arenas and chase after bosses that have an annoying tendency to move around. Temporal Rift will inflict some torment, deal damage, and pull enemies in to inflict CC. This is a very useful skill to group up mobs for your team to burst down. Now for our skills. Your glint skills consist entirely of facets, which you can toggle on to pulse boons to nearby allies. You can then consume them for additional effects, and with the trait Draconic Echo, will also apply quickness. This legend is critical for any quickness herald build, so never leave home without it. Facet of Nature is a massively loaded skill, and has different effects depending on your current legend. There's a lot to cover here, so for now, I'll just focus on the effects that are relevant to Heal Quickness Herald. The passive effect while in Glint will grant you an extra flat 20% duration to any boons you apply. This is on top of the standard 100% boon duration cap. When you consume the Facet of Nature while in Glint, it will increase the duration of all your allies' boons by 2 seconds. When we consume this facet, we'll generally always want to do so when we're in Glint, for this massive increase in boon duration. The passive effect in Ventari will heal nearby allies once every 3 seconds. When you consume the facet in Ventari, you'll cleanse 2 conditions from nearby allies and heal for each condition removed. The passive effect in Jalis will reduce incoming damage to allies by 10%. This is separate to protection and the 10% damage reduction you get from Ascended Foods. If you start stacking these modifiers you can greatly reduce the pressure on your team and have much smoother boss kills. This is a really underrated skill. If you consume the Facet while in Jealous, you'll grant 2 stacks of stability to your allies. However, you'll generally use Inspiring Reinforcement for this. Facet of Light will pulse regeneration, and when you consume it, will convert all incoming damage to healing for 3 seconds. You can use this to flat out ignore mechanics that would otherwise down you. Facet of Strength will pulse might and grant you a 15% damage increase for 10 seconds and deal some damage after you consume it. Like all versions of Quickness Herald builds, we're going to want to maximize the uptime of this buff as much as possible. So this will be the first thing that we use when we enter Glint, and one of the last things we activate before we leave it. Facet of Elements will pulse Swiftness and pop down a damaging AoE that applies Weakness, Shield, and Burning. A very nice damaging skill. Facet of Darkness will pulse Fury, and when you consume it, will apply 10 stacks of Vulnerability, reveal nearby enemies, and apply Blindness. It's also a stun break, which is super handy. Facet of Chaos will pulse Protection, and when you consume it, will knock back enemies and grant super speed to allies. This will be one of your key CC skills, so try and save this for CC bars if you know one's going to be coming up soon. Ventari will be your default legend choice if you don't need to provide stability with Jealous. Here, you have access to some insane healing skills, long-lasting projectile protection, condition cleanse, and great CC. One important thing to touch on before we chat about the Ventari skills is how to empower your tablet. When you take a look at the tooltips for all the Ventari skills, you'll see a section that tells you about the sweet effects that you get when your tablet is empowered. Now, Connor, I hear you asking, how on earth do I empower my tablet? Well, your first tablet will be empowered the first time you swap to Ventari stance. You'll also be able to reapply this status once you resummon your tablet after destroying it with your elite skill, Energy Expulsion. Your empowered status will be used up on the first skill you use after this, so choose wisely. Project Tranquility will summon your Ventari tablet. It'll automatically summon when you enter Ventari as well. You'll empower your tablet, and you can also move it around freely. This allows you to heal your allies at range if they need to leave the group stack for whatever reason. Very useful on fights like Slothazor and Matthias. Protective Solace will summon a barrier that blocks enemy projectiles. This barrier can be kept up for an obscenely long period of time and can completely trivialize some encounters with lots of projectile pressure. If your tablet is empowered, activating the barrier will also grant protection. Just remember, this is not a projectile reflect like Wall of Reflection on Guardian, so don't get the two mixed up. Natural Harmony will heal allies around the tablet after a short delay. This skill is on a super short cooldown and has fantastic burst healing. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, let's go pick up some stuff, and we'll also, actually, it might be a good time to take a quick look at the patch notes, actually. Let's bring those over here, go over to display. Alcar, welcome in, mate. Person 1, you torture a dog, how to speak English. Person 2, nonsense. Dogs can't talk. Person 1, they can see. Watch this. Person 1 turns to dog. What's the state of the current situation in the UK? Dog rough. Very nice. Sven, what's up? Great to see you, mate. We'll open up all of that. Now let's actually maybe see. And put this to efficiency. Let's bring this over here. Okay, so crafting. We bought Aurine's Tail. No, we bought Dragon's Tail, the precursor. Let's see how much more it's telling us. That's all good, Fame. Welcome in. No stress at all. Hope you had a good day at work. Okay, 772 gold, apparently. That's not the most important thing. Gold is fine. In terms of shopping list, 78 spirit shards. Okay, we can work with that. Won't get that tonight, but there's a chance I could get that on Sunday. Yeah, that's potentially doable. Nice. Okay, now let's pull up the patch notes there. Whoa, lordy, that's bright. I'm also going to tell this to mute whilst it is in the background. And then here, I might actually see if I can log in. Then we might be able to do dark mode because, yeah, that's That's a bit. Yeah, apparently this has a dark mode. Oh, that's better. There we go. Okay. Let's maybe bring... Should I flip my face on the other side? It might actually be easier. Yeah, it might actually work better for this. Let's just duplicate that. Duplicate. Display. Right. Dark mode's life. Oh, that's way better. That is way better. Okay. Cameras. Let's unlock that. And then can we... Yeah. There we go. And right about there. And yeah, partner logo can chill there. That is fine. Okay, let's actually... Let's turn off just that for now. Cool. We have free real estate. Okay. Cool. Nice. That's much better. So, we've got a preview of the patch notes here. We might just work our way through and actually got a nice handy dandy little highlighter tool so we can see what is actually worth noting here. Can we zoom in a bit? Oh, yes, that's better. Okay. Okay, so we've got the balance patch coming in on July 14th. Yeah. Yes. I'm good. I know how to do that. Why'd you not do it? 14th? Yeah, there we go. Cool. Highlight stuff. Very, very handy. Okay, so for Elementalists, they had a few weapons dealing less damage than they wanted. So overall, we're going to be buffing up sword, hammer, and spear. Okay, so let's grab that. Afaro, thanks for the standing desk. Okay, and they're going to be impacting Weaver's dual attack skills and traits. Cool, I don't play a huge amount of Weaver. I used to play a bit of Condi Weaver, Power Weaver here or there, and I did enjoy it at the time. Is it cold? It is cold here, yeah. So really we're getting a bunch of just power coefficients on. Looks like, yes, sword there, and fire's getting a huge buff. Yeah, it's really just power coefficients across the board. So any sort of power, any power elementalist build is going to be dealing even more damage. So that is good. And let's see if there's anything particularly noteworthy. I might also change this, so I just want the PvE changes. That's kind of the thing that I'm most concerned with. Okay, getting a change to aquatic stance, so it does even more healing. So that's interesting. Might be getting a bit more survivability to Weaver in general with that. A few buffs to dagger as well, so that's cool. Yeah, like, was it burning speed there? I think Dragon's Breath, is that also a dagger skill? Dragon's Claw. So yeah, it's overall just nice DPS increases. Oh yeah, and Inferno increased the power scaling from 7.5% to 8.2% in PvE only. That's a good one. Let's grab that. Everything else here is just like power coefficient. Just random power coefficient getting buffs. So every power Ellie build is going to be eating quite good. Anything else here particularly noteworthy? I don't play a huge amount of Weaver, so it's a bit hard to tell here. But it's really just Weaver buffs across the board. Okay. Elemental Refreshment, grants Vitality. Get extra Condi damage instead of Vitality when attuned to Earth with this one here. Increased critical strike chance. That's a pretty good one. Superior Elements. I'm curious what builds tend to run that. Dual attacks as weaken enemies. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good one. I might see if Elementalist or Weaver in particular. Right. Let's go Elementalist. So if I just pull up a Power Weaver build. So that one right there Superior elements. Increased critical strike damage. Do we have that? Okay, over here. Alright, so it's going to be even more crit chance for Weaver, but I don't think it actually needs... Yeah, it's not taking any extra crit chance, so that's much of a muchness, really. Vagabond, welcome in, mate. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. But yeah, I guess that means it does give you an opportunity to run some... I know you could maybe run... What's the power, vitality, ferocity gear? You could potentially run that. Yeah, it's winter in Australia right now, so we forgive. Yeah, it is actually quite cold here. Okay, Elements of Rage. This no longer grants bonus precision. It now grants access to Unravel as an additional profession skill, increasing the strike damage bonus to from 7% to 15%. That's actually pretty big. What's taking that? Is Power Weaver taking that? Oh, it is. Okay. Gain a bonus to all damage dealt for a period of time when attuned to a single element. And gain precision as a percentage of vitality. Okay. So this trait here, Superior Elements, is basically pairing with Elements of Rage. We're losing the crit chance from here, and we're making it up here. Doing great, having breakfast. How are you? I'm going very, very well. We were saying earlier, we dropped my granddad back home from the hospital. He had a knee replacement. He's going well. But after a few days in hospital, we were able to drop him back home. He's very happy to be home. But there's a lot of driving today, and a lot of driving over the last week as well. So it's good to finally have that sorted. And Critical, welcome in. You just got back to Guild Wars 2 and got insta level 80. Reaper is safe, right? Yeah, Reaper is very, very safe. Reaper is a brilliant choice. Okay, what's Woven Stride doing? Gain swiftness when you're inflicted with inhibiting conditions. When gaining either super speed or swiftness, you gain regen, so it's a bit of a survivability trait. Is it rainy because it's rainy here? No, not rainy here today. It's been pretty good today. Alright, an Invigorating Strikes trait has been reworked and named to Flow State. Reduce the recharge time of all your attunements when attuned or when using dual attacks. Okay. Means you get to cycle through your attunements a bit better. But I think the main things are just overall for Elementalist. Power Ellie builds getting buffed. Looks like... Yeah, Power Weaver as well is also getting some buffs. Yeah. Okay. So for Engineer, I'm ignoring the stuff for World versus World and PvP. Okay, so again, some more sources of regeneration. Do the Invention Specialization. And turrets are also getting a small update. So it means you can reactivate their overcharge skills and redeploy them. So all engineer turret skills, you now overcharge turrets manually after the overcharge cooldown has elapsed. They will still overcharge automatically when they are initially placed. So all turret NGs are getting some nice buffs. Renato, welcome in. Okay, and let's see. They want to enable Energy Amplifier. Where does Energy Amplifier sit? Let's go grab probably a heal engineer build. And yeah, let's see what we have to work with here. So, maybe if we go... I don't know, let's try Heal Amalgam. So it's in the Inventions line. Alchemy Inventions. So what is Energy Amplifier here? Your power and healing power are increased when you have regeneration. Okay, so it's just meaning you do a bunch of extra healing, really. So it's just a bit of a overall buff to heal NG in particular. So heal Mechanist will get a buff, heal Scrapper, and presumably heal Amalgam as well. So there's lots of extra just regeneration sources. So regeneration there. You get regeneration there. Yeah. Oh, Mecha Legs. Where's that sit, actually? Mecha Legs sounds like it should be here. Okay, gain resistance when you dodge. Yeah, but here it's competing with Soothing Detonation. But the extra movement speed there will be quite handy. Okay, so for Guardian, they've been updating the symbol skills to have additional effects. So we'll get more of those changes. So symbol of swiftness will do super speed, which is cool. I like the sound of that. Symbol of vengeance will daze. That is going to be very, very good for, honestly, I think Heal Guardian in particular, because then it means you have an Uber CC weapon with Axe. And symbol of energy, which one is energy? Symbol of energy, let's just open that. Where do you sit? Oh, it's on longbow, okay. A symbol of energy will deal additional damage. So longbow guardian is going to be getting a nice little buff there. And Dragon Hunter in PvP is also getting some defensive options. Okay, I'm going to bring Power Willbender builds more in line with other damage dealing builds. If you're a Power Willbender enjoyer, it's a good time. And for Dragon Hunter, what's Hunter's Fortification do? Remove conditions and heal when blocking attacks. Okay. And Power for Power, increase the Willbender Flames damage bonus. So it's basically doubled Power for Power's, or Willbender's Flames damage bonus there. Okay. Yeah, Willbender's Flames deal increased damage to foes they strike. So instead of it being 100% damage increase, that is going to a 200% damage increase. So that is significant. Okay, Mesmer. So focusing on the Chaos specialization. Staff gains cooldown reductions rolled into the weapon baseline. That is cool. And Pistol and Torch are seeing cooldown reductions. So a lot of love for Condi Mesmer, actually. And Sharper of Chaos is a new Grandmaster trait that synergizes well with Staff. So Staff Mesmer, or Staff Condition Mesmer is looking quite nice here. Okay, so Phase Retreat, you're just getting a bunch of cooldown reductions. So Bullets from the Phantasm now apply bleeding on Phantasmal Jewels. You no longer need to take a trait for that. That is cool. What's also really nice, I've noticed this for a few other skills as well. Blade Call, this skill now attempts to face the target when used, because this means there are a few skills in the game, Blade Call being one of them, where if you try and fire them when you're not facing your target, it will fail. This means it will at least force your character to try and face the target, so you have a much better chance of actually firing it, which is good. Okay, so Sharper of Chaos is the new trait here. Also, Sign of Domination. This is a pretty nice little buff, I think, means it's actually like much more usable. Because Signet of Domination, I think that does, yeah, it's improved condition damage. And if you wanted to use that for CC, then you would basically be tanking your condition damage for a bit while that was off cooldown, whereas now, if it's off cooldown, it's only going to be off cooldown for 25 seconds rather than 45, so that is good. And Sharper of Chaos, new Grandmaster trait. When you would grant yourself Chaos Aura, well, you already have it. Instead, you'll detonate your Chaos Aura, and detonating Chaos Aura grants you boons and inflicts conditions on nearby enemies. That is cool. Sounds a lot like Luminary, where Luminary works by shattering its own light aura. Mesmer will be doing it with Chaos Aura. Prismatic Understanding, your Force Shatter skill, that should be the Distort one, will get you stealth. But yeah, I like it. I'm a bit sad about this one. The skill no longer knocks back enemies to Psychic Force and Virtuoso, and cause your next Blade Song skill to be unblockable. I'm a bit sad about that because I quite regularly use this to push back Rigum on Samurog. So not having access to that, bit sad. But that's going to be like a good thing for Virtuoso and World vs. World. It means like your Blade Songs will be unblockable after you use it. So that's cool. You can sort of time up some good unblockable bursts there. But yeah, 100%. This is a Condi Mesmer patch here. This one I like for Necromancer. So your Grandmaster traits are being reworked to introduce new playstyles. Cascading Corruption will unleash bursts of power, consuming blight. Deathly Haste becomes a more controllable effect. And Doom Approaches will be the end for either you or the opponent. Okay, and Epidemic and Corrupt Boon are becoming more powerful. I'm really glad to see Epidemic getting a buff. Epidemic used to be absolutely broken, but it is definitely not anymore, so that is going to be a nice little change. Let's go Necromancer here. Yeah, surely Axe and Focus are good now in PvE. Oh, do you mean for Mesmer? Yeah, let's go, we'll just pull up Condition Harbinger so we can take a look at the traits here. Oh, yeah. I don't know, if we keep adding 5% Axe buffs, we'll get there eventually. So Cascading Corruption, this is your Power Harbinger trait. Deathly Haste is your Quickness trait, and Approaching Doom is your Condition Harbinger trait. Yeah, just not 5%. We'll keep getting to like the 100%, damage buffs. Was it Ghastly Claws? Is that it? I think, yeah, that might be. Main Hand Axe, there we go. Getting another buff to Main Hand Axe. That is the biggest buff in this entire patch. There we go. I mean, 8 seconds down to 6. That's a pretty significant cooldown reduction. There we go. What's Unholy Feast? Oh, there we go. Yeah, just axe buffs. See, the most important things there. Eventually it will be good. Okay, so Epidemic. Maximum stacks transferred from 5 to 8. That's a bit more than a 50% buff to Epidemic there, which is good. I'm looking forward to potentially seeing some more Minimancer builds as well. Okay, Corrupt us further. Trait no longer grants protection, instead grants damage to reduction while above the Carapace threshold. Let's take a look at that, because I would occasionally run that on some death magic builds there. So currently that gives you toughness, but that is going to give you damage reduction. Okay. And Dark Defense gain protection Carapace when you use a healing skill. Protection reduces incoming condition damage. So yeah. Minimancer Necro will quite often run the death magic trait lines. That's going to be a little bit stronger, which is nice. A Power Reaper already most use spec seems a buff for it. Yeah, it doesn't really make use of Axe though, so Reaper itself probably won't be changed that much. Although Reaper is getting a small DPS increase. So Soul Eater getting a 3% damage buff there. This one here I am very, very excited for. It's not that big, but Scourge is an incredibly spammy class. And one of the reasons for that is you have to constantly keep up a Sandshade. You always need at least one up. And they're on such a short cooldown, you're just constantly doing it. Interrupts your rotation. There's a lot of stuff you have to do. This is almost doubling the cooldown of it, but it's also doubling the duration. So it means you're going to have to be spamming Manifest Sandshade so much less. I love Scourge. It is my favorite Necro build. This is honestly just going to make it easier to play. It's going to make it lower APM. So even though it's a conceptually very easy class to play, it's what I use to clear Cerus Embodiment of Sin. It's not so much a massive buff. It's just a nice bit of quality of life that's going to make it so you have to press less buttons to actually, play optimal for Scourge. So that's good. Okay, Elixir of Risk. It's an Harbinger. Reduce the cooldown from 25 to 20 seconds. It's got a much bigger power coefficient, and it now inflicts Torment. Because this should now be a reasonably significant DPS skill as well. So it gives you Might and Fury, and you can pass that on to allies if you take the trait that allows it. That'll make it so it actually does some more damage. Now, Cascading Corruption. This is the power damage trait. You gain stacks of Cascading Corruption when you consume Blight. So that will be when you use any of your shroud skills that actually consume it. And when you reach the stack threshold, explode necrotic energy and increase your damage. I like that because rather than it just being a big pulsing AoE that does damage, now you actually need to be a bit more deliberate with it. And that seems to be a big change in particular for Harbinger in general, where they're taking away the just your shroud pulses and does various effects. Now you actually need to activate those effects. Makes a more active playstyle, and I think it also means that, particularly for well-versed bot in PvP, means you actually can try and land that significantly more. You can have bigger, more impactful effects rather than it just being much smaller effects. The pulsing in Shroud was crap. Yeah, the range on it as well was not great. It was very, very small. If I check Deathly Haste here, does it show the actual range on it? It was very, very small. Unsure. Trait skill, Deathly Haste. Yeah, radius 360 is not a particularly big radius at all. So they have an option to actually increase its range, which would be really, really nice. Because it's one of the main annoying things about Harbinger in particular is its boon radius is quite small. Okay, this will make it so instead of pulsing, you grant quickness to nearby allies when you enter Shroud, and when you use Dark Barrage, which should be Shroud 2. And Doom approaches the Condi one. Blight reduces more of your health and accumulates faster, and your Shroud skills are improved. Will be interesting to see how this actually impacts it, because Harbinger already has like very low health, but it'll be interesting to see how much this enhances Condi Harb. .360 is what many booners have to work with though, with Chrono being the most prominent one. I think overall you could increase that quite a bit, and I feel like that would just be a nice bit of quality of life. And there'll always be stacking in Guild Wars 2, just because of naturally how it works, but that would make it much less punishing. Because the thing about playing Harbinger, every time I'm playing it, I'm thinking like, why am I not just playing Herald? And I'll just pulse out a bajillion boons in an insane radius. Your Shroud 2 gives boons every 5 seconds. Yeah, and it means people are also punished less for being off stack, because then you can be more deliberate with timing it. But yeah, overall, I like these changes. They're making it so Shroud is not just a passive thing that kind of ticks away in the background. You actually have to be, I don't know, somewhat deliberate with it, particularly with Cascading Corruption and Deathly Haste. This one here just kind of seems like a, or Doom Approaches seems more like a, oh, you're just kind of passively buffing everything in Shroud. Yeah. Okay, so Druid is going to be the focus for Ranger. Yeah, and then there's Druid where every CA skill has a different range in AoE. Yeah, that's always a bit annoying. Okay, so Rejuvenating Tides will no longer be channeled. I'm curious to see what that looks like, because being locked in place is very annoying for that. I'm looking forward to seeing where Druid ends up. And trait changes, Verdant Etching's effect will depend on form. Okay. And Grace of Land moves the Master tier. And Cultivate Sinji's a new Grandmaster trait. Okay, we're just going to highlight everything there. It's all good stuff. The problem with the current Shroud pulsing is it's not every second, it's every 3 seconds, which means people often leave Shroud too early before a pulse, which means either dropped quickness uptime or a DPS loss. Yeah, that's true. Whereas for Herald, it's every 1 second, so you're just constantly applying it. And the pulse visual is as close to invisible as possible. Oh, I've never once noticed the actual visual for it. It just happens. Oh, Rejuvenating Tides is CA4. Okay, so that one doesn't do it. It's the CA5. I gotcha. Okay, so let's see here. Astral Wisp. Send out a wisp to a targeted location. So previously this would make it so you would fire the wisp at your actual target and then it would spin around them and heal. Now it's presumably going to be an AoE targeted skill. Oh, attached to allies, healing them over time. So much more of an ally targeted skill, so that's interesting. Go for the throat, increase the lesser damage bonus of Sikkim, while Soul Beast is merged from, yeah, 10 to 15%. So a bit of a buff for power Soul Beast, it looks like. I have to check if it actually takes that. Let's take a quick look. And let's go Ranger. Where's Power Soul Beast? I know, just this one. Do you take it? You do, actually. Okay, so that's just a straight buff for Power Soul Beast, which is nice. Power Soul Beast is a very, very good DPS spec, so seeing that get just a little bit of love is great. Okay, I do like the extra radius on Glyph of Rejuvenation. That's nice. Just a little bit. Not much, just a bit. And same thing, you're getting some radius buffs, which is good. Now apply stability in PvP for Glyph of Quality. Meh. Oh, also increased stability stacks from 1 to 2. So a bit of extra stability access. No Impact, what's up? Great to see you. Thanks for the hydrate. Glyph of Burgeoning, is that a new one? Okay, I presume it may be a new skill. Okay. Oh yeah, so Glyph of Unity has been reworked and renamed Glyph of Burgeoning. Okay. So Glyph of Burgeoning, so Glyph of Unity, that should be the Elite, I'm pretty sure. No, it's not. No, it's not something else. Utility Glyph. Okay, so it's not an Elite one. It's Glyph of Stars is the Elite. Okay, cool. So it's just a regular utility skill. That is good. And no Impact. You had huge life changes ongoing, vanished from the game, but kind of having you come back to Interior since yesterday. Oh, nice. Welcome back. And I hope everything life-wise has been going well for you. And Fermi, you have doubts about how Staff 2 will work, presumably because it will target the ally closest to the center of your target, which would mean a stacked raid is impossible to target someone. It doesn't say if it heals AoE only that target. Yeah, hopefully it would work in an AoE around the target, or else, yeah, it would be functionally impossible for you to aim that. And I really just generally don't like ally target in general. If it went around several allies, that would be cool. Yeah, Unity was the one we tether an ally to healing. Excellent. Okay, so you heal nearby allies and gain Astral Force, while in Celestial Avatar form, allies gain Barrier. Cool, that makes sense, because if you're in Celestial Avatar, everyone's already probably healed up, so now they get extra Barrier. So I like that. That's cool. Okay, so in PvP, Glyph of Tides will only knock people down instead of knocking them back. And reduce the cooldown PvP only. Okay, it's a PvP one there. Rejuvenating Tides, it's no longer channeled. You get a radius increase, so Druid getting a bunch of radius increases. Okay, and Cultivated Synergy, that's been moved to the Groundmaster tier. When you use a healing skill, heal around your pet and create a water field attached to them. When you blast a water field, grow a Seed of Life at the location. There's a lot more healing options for Druid here. Yeah, neat quality of life for low healing fights like KO and CA. Yeah, anything that helps Druid, especially in those low damage situations, regen its Astral Force quicker is going to be really, really nice. Also, I like the fact this is focusing on blasting water fields, because Druid should already take Relic of Caracosa, I believe, which is focused around blast finishes. So this just sort of doubles down on that. Blood Moon, this trait no longer dazes when entering Celestial Avatar form. Sparse, you might know, is that just going to be a bit of a nerf for Condi Druid? Yeah, Caracosa's best in slot. That sounds right, yeah. And Maestro, welcome in. How much have we gone through? Anything that's alphabetically before Ranger. So a reasonable amount. Okay, Verdant Etching now causes a Glister heal nearby allies. And they get prot when they are used in Celestial Avatar. That's cool. Nice little radius increase here. Overall, I like that. And Grace of Lance moves to the Master tier. Okay. And Soul Beast Furious Strength. That's just going to be more damage bonuses to Soul Beast. So for Soul Beast enjoyers, you're going to be eating pretty well. And Gale Shot as well. Strike. Let's see. Which trait is that? Let's go back. It's 40 degrees here in a jacket. It is very, very cold here. Let's go power Gale Shot. Yeah, Grace of the Land's the one that gives a lack in PV. Oh, yeah. Does that... That should mean you can actually have a DPS. Yeah, because Grace of the Land is no longer competing against your DPS trait, so you actually can run a lack DPS Druid now. That's hype. That's really, really good. And Soul Beast's bench will be higher by around 2 to 3k DPS. That's going to be pumping pretty hard here. It's already at a really solid spot. That's going to push it even more. That's awesome. Yeah, so if you are a Druid Enjoyer, you are eating very, very well with this patch. So this one is Power Gale Shot and Shrike. After a number of missile hits, release a volley of arrows at your target and gain an arrow. Okay, so that's really just giving you an alternate trait there to run, I guess, on Power Gale Shot potentially. Your base attack duration is low though. Current DPS Druid loop gives 7 seconds base duration every time you enter. Yeah, that's not a lot. Druid Weaver, Soul Beast, and Reaper are big patch winners though. Yeah, and like every Condi, not necessarily every Condi Mesmer build, Staff Condi Mesmer's eating very well. Okay, Revenant, my bread and butter. Let's go. Okay, so we're going to be reworking some of the Renegade traits. Good, I love Renegade. It's my favorite spec in the entire game. Let's go. Oh, and he's just wagging a tail down there. You might be able to hear it. Okay, so they've moved the strike damage bonus from All for One to Heart Piercer. Let's just pull up a Revenant build. Yeah, Renegade DPS is going to be nice. Oh, yeah, and with Hammer as well. Renegade's got honestly a very fun power DPS build with Hammer right now. That already pumps really hard, has very good burst damage, is quite simple to play. That is going to be eating very well. Let's go Power Renegade. Hammer Sword. Yeah, I'm very intrigued about the Condi Mesmer changes as well. So yeah, this is quite a simple to play build. It has a 3 out of 5 for difficulty. I think that's actually overrated here. I feel like this build will actually pump fairly well. The burst damage on it's really, really good. Okay, so the strike damage bonus from All for One is moving over to Heart Piercer. Let me just nuke these. Okay, gain increased strike damage after you use a Renegade skill, and that's getting moved to Heart Piercer. So, be interesting to see how this actually shuffles around damage in Renegade. And yeah, Coalescence of Ruin. Actually, let's read this. Make room for a new trait that plays into the stances band together mechanic. Refunding some energy and reducing the recharge time. That is going to be interesting. Bold Reversal and Righteous Rebel have been updated to give supportive Renegade builds additional tools. So Heal Renegade, going to be quite happy. This one here, refunding some energy. That is the part I am most interested in. Because what I would love to see is if Power Renegade can get away from taking Charge Miss. You need Charge Miss on Power Renegade for it to function properly. If you can ditch that, and trade the extra damage here for maybe something like either Song of the Miss or Roiling Miss, that would mean that you are no longer reliant on Brutal Momentum, which gives you a bunch of extra crit chance. Is that getting reworked at all? No, it doesn't look like it. But yeah, so currently the way Renegade works is if you dodge, you no longer have 100% crit chance, which is very, very rough. Now, you do have a bunch of tools, and every weapon will have a block or an evade built in. But what I potentially like to see is if Charge Miss here could be swapped out for the new All for One trait, which would free up this slot, which could then lead you to either taking Roiling Miss or Song of the Miss. So I'll be interested to see what the energy management looks like there. because that's the biggest thing with Renegade in particular, is the energy management really necessitates taking charge miss. So that will be a nice thing to see. But yeah, you're just getting increased power coefficient on Coalescence of Ruin. So the hammer one's going to be good. They're buffing up hammer. Right of the Great Dwarf will now grant Condi damage reduction. That's good. It currently only does strike damage reduction, but this is a net buff for it, because there will be some condition damage encounters. This will be really good on Slothazor in particular. You could pop this whenever he does the shake and negate a huge amount of damage on your team. That would be quite good. And Versed in Stone, where does that sit? I think that sits in... That sets in Retribution, which is not really relevant for PvE. It's more of a PvP thing. Okay, Ashen Demeanor's trait has been reworked. Gain might, resistance, and colors further when you use a healing skill. I like this. Ashen Demeanor here is a little bit odd. When you disable a foe, you cripple them, which gives you Color's Fervor. Color's Fervor is just a buff that gives you a bunch of extra damage and effects. But Heal Renegade is a bit weird. So what this is going to really mean is that Heal Renegade is going to get access to more might and resistance, which is good, some more unique buffs. Very easily accessible as well. So I'm looking forward to that. Bold Reversal. This trait's been reworked. Citadel order skills have been reworked. So this one is here. When you use a heal skill, gain resistance. Okay, so these are really going to be sort of your damage-focused traits here. So Condi Renegade will actually be getting a net buff because I think All for One... Let's check that. Let's go Condi Renegade just to make sure it doesn't take it. Okay, so Condi Renegade takes Heart Piercer, so that should be getting a net buff because it's getting the strike damage modifier from All for One rolled into it, so that'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Bold Reversal. Okay, so this is probably what Heal Renegade will take. Heroic Command grants Swiftness, meh, Sit on Bombardment, Vulnerability, meh, but Orders from Above grants Prot, so it's going to be more Prot access for Heal Renegade. And Heart Piercer increased strike damage against bleeding enemies, so shuffling things around for Power Renegade, net buff for Condi Renegade. Okay, All for One. When you trigger Band Together, gain energy and reduce the recharge of the enhanced skill. The gain energy is going to be very interesting. I'm curious to see how much that turns out to. Vindication, this trait no longer increases number of missiles. I'm sad about that. I love that effect. And Eternatus, welcome in. The Ashen Demeanor change is one of the only things you didn't really like in this patch. It was a really strong trait when solo. Now you feel like none of the adept tier traits are going to be good. Let's take a look at them. The traits here I've never found particularly interesting. It's just kind of just dictated on whatever build you're running. So like Blood Fury, you just take that on a Condi build. You've got no choice. Whereas if I went to maybe Power Renegade, let's take a look at that. Yeah, you take the same thing because there's literally nothing else. So this overall line here, I could feel like could take a little bit of a rework. But yeah, this was very nice when solo because you have the extra vulnerability that you got as well. And Vindication increases the number of missiles fired. I don't think, yeah, that doesn't really take it because you take Lasting Legacy here because it means Kala's Fervor grants an increased damage bonus. I really like the Vindication trait because it gives you a bunch of healing based on Kala's Fervor, damage to healing based on the amount of Kala's Fervor you have. So it's very, very nice for solo. This will make it so it will daze enemies when it first strikes them. So, I don't know, you get a bit of extra CC on Renegade. That will be very nice when it's solo. Just kind of highlighting everything here. Yeah, it's 5 Vuln on Disable, which obviously synergizes very well with the Pirate Queen Relic too. Yeah, and also your lifesteal traits in Devastation. Like this one here, Dance of Death. You get stacks of battle scars and vulnerability, so those synergize very, very well. So it'll be sad to see that go. And Righteous Rebel. So This is now going to make it so orders from above heals allies. So Heal Ren is eating quite well because Heal Renegade already has some pretty bonkers heal skills with the Kala heal skill, as well as the lifesteal granted to you by having the Kala Elite active. So having some extra heal thrown in for free on Righteous Rebel, which you obviously have to take. And you'll be taking Bold Reversal, which means that you'll also grant protection. So it looks like, yeah, Heal Renegade. And should get some extra boons as well. I think she'll probably take Ashen Demeanor here. Wonder if that applies to allies as well. That would be interesting. But yeah, some slight buffs for Heal Ren, which are warranted. Okay, so this is really the Deadeye patch here for Thief. Okay, so they're seemingly reducing the amount of stealth given to you with Silent Scope. Let's just pull up some Deadeye builds here and take a look. Thief. Power Quickness Deadeye. I would just pull that 5-star difficulty and Axe Pistol Thief. No thanks. Okay, so where is Silent Scope? Where do you sit? So currently, get precision when you have a rifle and enter stealth when you dodge with a rifle equipped. So Rifle Thief can dodge and enter stealth. Yeah, the amount of stealth is still too high. Yep, I've seen people complain about this for a long time. They want it to have an adequate amount of stealth access, but they've added some additional options to utility skills. Okay. Good for Signet of Shadows. Signet of Shadows is a bit of a dud skill. Yeah, what does it give you? It gives you an extra 25% movement speed, but it doesn't really do too much for its active effect. Nothing you'd particularly want for PvE. Blindness, weakness, 10 vulnerabilities, like pretty good. But yeah, that's going to get some stealth applied to it. That's good. Signet of Shadows is a bit dud. I like it. Okay. The Signet of Shadows, the smokescreen, get it. That's good. It means you're not going to have to blast smokescreen to get stealth, which is nice. Deadeye's Marks, the skill has been difficult to utilize for melee-focused Deadeyes, with the loss of gap closing utility of the Thief's core steel. So their Mark's behavior will now change based on the currently equipped weapon. Range weapons will keep their current behavior. Oh, I like this. I like where this is going. Melee weapon will shadow step to their target while applying the mark. That is fun. I like that. That's a fun gameplay change right there. I'm here for that. There's going to be a bunch of extra mobility in every melee Deadeye build. So like Dagger, and even Spear, they're going to be eating very, very well. Because yeah, I quite enjoy Dagger, Deadeye. So yeah, we might have to play some more of that. That's got a pretty bonkers benchmark there for a quickness build. So yeah, that's going to be really fun actually. Pistol Whip is getting reworked. You'll now shoot with your pistol as you spin and strike, and you finish with a powerful forward slash. We'll have to see what that's like. And let's see, Death's Advance, using Sniper's Cover will automatically swap to skill. I don't use a lot of rifle on Thief. Yeah, with Deadeye's Mark resetting on kill, that's going to feel extremely good, for example, on Dagger Pistol. Oh, it is. Yeah, you're going to be zipping around so much in open world in particular. That is going to be really, really fun. Going to be absolutely pinging around. I'm looking forward to trying that. Okay. Unfamiliar with Death's Advance, so I'll skip over it. Okay, so Smokescreen no longer pulses blindness. You'll inflict conditions on enemies passing through it, and you gain stealth on exiting, so easy access to stealth. I like it. Pulsing blindness is cool, but it's not really relevant anymore because so many high damaging mobs are kind of immune to it. And Signet of Shadows, it's been reworked. Using skill will grant you stealth and swiftness, while removing all the movement inhibiting conditions on yourself. Okay. Overall, I like that. Becomes a bit of a utility signet when you have it for the movement speed, and a good defensive tool when you activate it, so I like it. Okay, so this one's nice. It's going to be a good one for any heal Spectre. Yeah, heal Spectre. Heal Deadeye is obviously not a thing, but going to get condition damage and strike damage reduction. That's going to be very handy. In the Oz no longer applies might. Meh. Improvisation. Spectres now gain additional shadow force from Siphon while equipping this trait. I like that. Because your Spectre gets no real benefit from it, so that's nice. Grant might when you poison enemy from Lotus Poison. Just cool. And Panic Strike no longer immobilize foes struck under the threshold. It now immobilizes foes struck if they have more than a set number of conditions. I think they'll overall just make it more reliable to trigger the trait Panic Strike, but it means you actually can have a bit more control over when you do it. And Rending Shade, where does that sit? Shadow Arts Grandmaster. Okay. Steal boons from when you strike with stealth attack. Striking a boomless foe will inflict fear. So you no longer inflict fear on nearby foes when you strike a boomless one. It destroys the foe's barrier if your stealth attack hits a boomless foe. That is interesting. Very much a PvP and world versus world trait, but just being able to delete barrier if you strike a foe with a stealth attack is interesting. There's a few too many conditions. You have to first hit a stealth attack and they have to have no boons. So that's a bit meh. Deadeye's Mark, now instant. And you'll Shadow Step when you have a dagger, sword, staff, or spear. That is going to be fun. Interesting to see how the Deadeye rotations change. And you gain position for a short time against stealth and silence. Go. Cool. Okay, Bladesworn. I was playing a bit of Bladesworn over the last week. It was fun on paper. I found it very, very annoying in practice. I am keen to see it get some love and some changes, particularly Condi Bladesworn might be a thing. So they want to create some additional playstyles. Okay, so Swift as the Wind and Rivers Flow have been reworked to augment the Gunsaber skills to focus on condition damage and supportive elements. So Heal Bladesworn getting some buffs, and Condi Bladesworn being buffed into existence, potentially. And Maestro, there are some rotations where F1 having a cast time is very relevant, and not having that generally will make things harder. Yeah, it will be interesting to see what that actually means. Let me pull up a Bladesworn build here just so I can mouse over the traits. Nope, I do not want to turn my sensitivity up to 9,000. Power Bladesworn. Okay, so Immortal Dragon, Daring Dragon, Unyielding Dragon here. Let's see where those traits are. So Swift as the Wind and Rivers Flow have been reworked. So where is that? Okay, so Swift as the Wind and Rivers Flow have been reworked now. Interesting. So let's see where they end up. Okay, so they're also buffing up main hand sword and offhand dagger. So sword will be more focused on condition damage, and dagger gets some crowd control skills to synergize with Wastrel's Ruin. What is Wastrel's Ruin? Guild Wars 2, Wastrel's Ruin. So that is weapon, offhand dagger. Strike your target and remove boons. Damage and boon removal are increased against foes not using skills. Okay, so it's an offhand dagger skill. Right. Savage Leap does bleeding, so sword gets some more condis. And final thrust is getting reworked to rend, and you deal a bunch of bleeding. And your flurry, which will be your burst skill, is changing to Bloodthirster. That is an edgy skill. Heal if you strike a target, and heal more if they are bleeding. So a bit of survivability on sword, that's interesting. Bladestorm, it's been reworked. I think this is the elite on, not the elite, the 5 skill on dagger, I believe. Yeah, slot 5. Yeah, it's the 5 skill on dagger. So swipe in a cone in front of you, dazing enemies struck. So yeah, it's a bit of extra CC, which is good for Spellbreaker. And yeah, just hammer buffs. Those are some pretty significant hammer buffs. If you are a hammer Spellbreaker enjoyer, those are some chonky numbers. Where does... Let's see here. Where does hammer Spellbreaker sit in terms of DPS? House Spellbreaker, Hammer, Dagger, Mace. 1 star. 39. Okay, yeah, so that does need a reasonably significant DPS bump. Sitting sub 40 right now, it is an incredibly easy build to play and has a lot of quality of life added into it, which is good. But yeah, some damage buffs there I think are warranted. And Dragon Trigger for Bladesworn. You can now move. You are getting the Deadeye, you can now walk while channeling effect, which is nice, because that's one thing I really found annoying when playing Bladesworn over the last week. In fact, you are locked in place, and then you don't have on Flicker Step or whatever the port skill is, you don't have a particularly long range to actually, port to your target. So a number of times where I'd use my Dragon Trigger, it's a skill issue entirely. Interrupting slash may as well just GG. It really feels like that. Or when your target just moves just a bit out of it, you port closer to land it and you still whip it. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. And yeah, these will be live on July 4th. July 14th, not July 4th. Nextly, welcome in. Great to see you. Okay, so Dragon Slash Force. You can now move. Ah, nice. And you can now move on this one, and Dragon Slash Boost is now ground targeted. Just mobility there, which is great. Now, Dragon Spike Mine, at least the Power Bladesworn build I was running was rocking that, so that is a damage decrease, which is interesting. Nope, I don't want to do that. Toodles. I'll scroll up to the Thief stuff in a minute. We've already covered that. Swift as the Wind has been replaced with Sharp as the Wind. So Sharp as the Wind, let's see. Power Bladesworn, where do you sit? So Swift as the Wind here. Movement skills grant swiftness and increase flow rate. Having adequate flow to charge up your Dragon Slash is very important. So modifies your Gun Save and Dragon Slash skills to focus on dealing condition damage. Interesting. Very keen to see what Condi Bladesworn looks like. And you burn nearby foes and increase flow rate when swapping to Gunsaber in combat. I like the flow rate when swapping to Gunsaber. Anything to up your flow rate I think is good. River's Flow, which is the heal Bladesworn one, of incoming healing is increased. So it's basically your survivability. It's been reworked. It now modifies Gun Save and Dragon Slash skills to focus on healing. Okay, so Heal Bladesworn to me anyway has always been just a total meme build, so wouldn't say I'm glad to see. I don't have huge opinions on Bladesworn. And thank you for the follow, Red. I appreciate that. This is cool. If you are a Heal Bladesworn enjoyer, I personally think Heal Bladesworn shouldn't exist in any capacity. I'd love to see that on Heal Spellbreaker. I'd like to see Bladesworn just be a DPS spec, but we don't always get what we want. So, if you are a Heal Bladesworn enjoyer, cool. You grant swiftness nearby allies and gain increased flow rate. So just more flow rate. That's cool. Unseen Sword, this is your power DPS trait. Strikes enemies and gain increased flow rate. Yep, more flow rate. I like it. Good times. Good times. Let's read it now. So this one will give you increased flow rate after your circular attack after swapping to gun saber will trigger. So cool. More flow rate is good. It makes Bladesworn more playable. Because yeah, if you, for whatever reason, miss your Dragon Slash, you really want as much flow as possible so you can Dragon Slash again as soon as possible, or else you're real sad. Unshakable Mountain. It will now grant barrier to nearby allies when you convert a certain amount of flow into charges. So, Bladesworn. And let's pull up actual heal Bladesworn. That's the kind of relevant one for this. They don't even have heal Bladesworn on here. Okay, it doesn't really matter. So gain barrier when you convert flow into charges, so that is quite a selfish trait currently. That is going to make it so it grants barrier to nearby allies. So heal Bladesworn actually getting some more supportive tools. Fierce as Fire will now increase both strike and condition damage. Let's take a look at that. So, where are you? Fierce as Fire here. So yeah, it currently gives you bonus strike damage, but that's going to give you extra condition damage as well, so it gives Condi Bladesworn more tools to function. Immortal Dragon grants protection to nearby allies as well as yourself. That's good. More stuff for heal Bladesworn, so it is actually becoming more of a heal build, more of a viable, logical heal build. I might be keen to actually try it. I could be proven wrong with heal Bladesworn. It might have earned the right to exist. And Daring Dragon. This trait now increases the effectiveness of Dragon Slash skills depending on which variation. So I presume it means you'll do more healing on the heal build, you'll do more power damage on the power build, and more Condi damage on the Condi build. To Daring Dragon. Dragon Slash has a lower maximum charge level, consumes more flow, but its damage and charges increase, and you grant boons. So yeah, that is the heal Alack build is going to be buffed. Will the current power one be viable? The current power one is still very, very viable. It does crazy burst damage. It's just honestly really quite difficult to play and actually pull off. But yeah, Heal Bladesworn's actually getting more tools. I mean, there you go. It's got like a 42.5k DPS benchmark. Like, that's really solid. But yeah, I'll scroll up to the thief stuff there. But yeah, there's a lot to love in this. I think the reworks here, they are overall fairly conservative, I think. They seem to be focused on making a handful of small changes, the things that are kind of standing out. Bladesworn getting new builds wished into existence. Right, and thank you for the follow. Deadeye's Mark on melee weapons giving you a shadow step and being instant cast. So that's nice. I really like that. Dagger Deadeye or Staff Deadeye is going to be really, really fun when roaming around or just being out open world. Heal Ren getting some buffs. These are relatively small reworks. I'm very curious to see what the changes to All for One are. If it can reduce the reliance on charge miss, I am here for it. A Druid getting a nice big... I wouldn't necessarily call it a rework for Druid. It's getting a few things shuffled around, but this should actually bring a lack DPS Druid into existence, potentially. As far as you just want them to adjust the numbers properly on trait changes, or at least react fast if they aren't well tuned. Yes, I agree. Yeah, I can't wait for this update. But yeah, so Heal Druid getting overall some nice quality of life buffs, which is great. And yeah, a lack DPS Druid potentially existing. Soul Beast buffs as well if you're a Soul Beast enjoyer. That's just more buffs for you. And yeah, Harbinger probably got one of the bigger reworks where all of its Grandmaster traits now just fundamentally work differently. It's going to be much more deliberate in terms of how you actually, trigger the benefits. When you consume Blight, rather than just pulsing around you, you actually have to trigger some conditions to get the benefits. Like with Deathly Haste, you have to enter Shroud and use Dark Barrage to give quickness. And when you consume Blight, once you reach a certain stack threshold, then you explode and do increased damage. But yeah, so that's overall more interesting. And Scourge Enjoyer, I love this change here. Manifest Sandshade. Scourge, that's a net buff for Scourge. It is lower APM. Scourge is very high APM. Oh, Reaper, just Soul Leader getting a straight buff, so Power Reaper's getting a small buff. Oh, also I forgot to highlight this, Oppressive Collapse. Same thing as Blade Call. When you use it, you'll now try and face a target, because currently if you are facing away from your target, the skill will fail to fire. Super annoying. Yeah, ADPS Druid is real. Everything else you don't have opinions because you know nothing about Druid. Yeah, overall, it just seems to be a nice bit of quality of life for Druid, but the more important thing, I think, is a lack DPS Druid existing. I'm glad to see them adding that particular change to a few skills. But yeah, Epidemic getting buffed, more axe buffs, it will eventually be viable. So a few more, 5% buffs and we'll get there. Staff Condi Mesmer is going to be very interesting as well. I'm very curious to see the Shaper of Chaos trait, which will cause you to detonate your Chaos Aura. I feel like that can be very, very fun. Most important thing I kind of feel for Guardian, I think its Symbol of Vengeance on Axe will cause a day's enemy, so it's really, I think, Heal Guardian will get a very, very nice CC weapon on that. Condi Mirage will be pumping Rage, or I would love Condi Staff Mirage. I'd be so here for that. Turret's getting a bit of a rework, so Turret NG Enjoy is Rejoice, and some slight buffs overall for Heal NG. Heal NG is just going to do a bit of extra healing. And every single power elementalist build, big focus on Weaver. Weaver getting a lot of buffs. But overall, every power elementalist build is just getting power coefficient buffs to kind of everything. And Sally, welcome in. You had your working holiday visa approved. Well done. That's great. Look forward to having you in Australia. Congratulations. Yeah, changes aren't really looking promising for Condi Mesmer, except Condi Vert that's unaffected by Chaos and gets Pistol as a side grade to focus. Yeah, I like honestly seeing Pistol being brought up as a bit of a Condi weapon to play with. Do you think we're going to get any new weapons in the game, such as Flail or Punch Dagger, etc.? If we do, I don't think it will be for a while. Because, yeah, for every new weapon they add, they have to add in a whole bunch of skins, which is a lot of work, whereas they still have room to increase the availability for, weapons on every class. Like classes that can't use a current weapon, you can give them access to that weapon. You don't need to add in any extra models and stuff like that. Something I could see in future expansions, but we haven't got any really to this point. So, aside from On-Land Spear, I guess that's kind of it. But Spear was utilizing, the underwater Spear model. But yeah, potentially I would say unlikely, especially in the next few years. But yeah, overall, not massive reworks. There are a few classes that got some, I'm going to say, moderate reworks. But yeah, overall, this is good. Everything here, I'm kind of like, yep, that's good. I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it. There's really nothing here that I'm like, ew, don't do that. Might be some things I'm a bit more neutral on, but this is good. I've started liking Hammer as well on Revenant, so this is fun. Yeah, Coalescence of Ruin and Drop the Hammer are going to be even more good than they already are. So I'm keen for that. Oh, disconnected from inactivity. That's cool. Let's go back to regular display. Yeah. Just quickly threw together that scene. Bum. There we go. I'll very quickly just do some quick griffining. Because, yeah, we need a few more spirit shards to kind of pull everything together. But Ellie and Joyce think you're going to be very happy, and for the 3 people that play Bladeswarm, they will also be very happy. There we go. Because yeah, we only need another 70-something spirit shards to craft our next legendary. Depending on how I go, if I squeeze in some fractals on Sunday, I could potentially do it then. Lally, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that.
Amazing chill out content as always. closing
Thank you so
parenthesis.
much. There are dozens of us, dozens, I tell you. Hey, what are we doing? Oh, I'm literally just pressing the wrong skills. There we go. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Actually, I played a lot of Bladespawn over the last kind of week, and I really enjoyed it up until the point where I missed my Dragon Slash. That felt awful. And also, one thing I really didn't like about Bladespawn was the necessity of pre-buffing. Not pre-buffing, or pre-casting skills to actually get enough flow rate and damage modifiers to kind of make the build work. Because yeah, I found the ramp-up time was not long, but longer than I would like if you didn't do the pre-buff, and it kind of just felt really awkward. And what was really bad when I was doing ready checks for raids, and I do my precast, and then someone would just not ready up, and then all my precast like buffs would expire, and I'd have no skills to use. And then I'm just sitting there hitting like a wet noodle throughout the start. That felt ugh. Removing the reliance on precasting for that to actually have the build function properly. Or at least feel impactful, because if I didn't do the precast, it really didn't feel impactful. That I'd really like to see. As opposed to Spellbreaker, you just start blasting. Berserker, also you start blasting. Same thing with less blasting on Paragon, but you just jump into combat. It is 100% effective from the outset, and you're not piss-farting around. Whereas it felt like you were just having to set up so much on Bladespawn to get the very, like, obviously satisfying effect of using Dragon Slash. But yeah, it's just so much setup. And the visceral annoyance that I would feel when my setup would be interrupted. Oh, or missing a Dragon Slash. Oh, that was rough. How are we doing? Cool, we still got lots of room there before we have to worry about that. I'm glad we actually figured out dark mode there. I really should park some of my other characters at Griffin Adventures if they aren't being used. Maybe on Sunday I might take some time to go through and do that. Yeah, Sunday I might be able to. It might end up going a little bit later. I think we do have the Interior Pride March as well on Sunday evening. Oh, actually, we'll have to see. Might be busy on Monday. And Nick, what would you recommend as a decent all-rounder that wants to do all content? You don't mind complexity of the class or anything like that. It's tricky because Guild Wars 2 is structured in such a way where every class can fill every role, so kind of no matter what class you pick, especially if you're not worried about complexity, you know, every class can sort of fill the role that you're fill the roles that you're looking for. Ones that kind of stand out to me are things like Chronomancer, because at least from a PvE perspective, you can do a heal build, quickness and lack, you can do a boon DPS build, quickness and lack, and a DPS build, all within the single specialization, which is about as flexible as it comes. Overall, I'd say Mesmer's the most flexible spec of everything. But it's not to say that every other class can't also be flexible. Do you have all characters parked at Adventures and Chess? Can you show us some good parked chess spots? I don't have that many parked at Chess at the moment. My main priority is parking them at every Griffin adventure, because they're about as good for experience farming as you can possibly get. There we go, another Spirit Shard. But other good chests off the top of my head will be any of the large Bureau Marches chests. There's even a spot in Bureau Marches where you can get like 3 or 4 of the chests. In the big frozen area with all the waterfalls, you can park a character at the top, especially with the Position Rewinder or the White Mantle Portal device. Glide down, open a bunch of them, Position Rewinder back up, and then yeah, that's very, very nice. You can do some of the Jade Runestone chests in the Echovale Wild maps, as well as the end of the jumping puzzle in New Kaineng. Another good one is the jumping puzzle in Draconis Mons, because you can just park as many characters as you want at the chest there, and you'll get some of the map currency as well as a guaranteed piece of rare gear. So that's very, very good. If you are farming Imperial Favor, parking a few characters at some hero points. Even a little niche one is the Heart in New Kaineng, the one where you have to basically do a bunch of things with Jade bots and Jade tech. It's in the northwest of the map, the one that's very much up high. What you can do with that one is park one character there and then just quickly ride and dismount a zipline over and over again, and you'll complete the heart probably in about, I don't know, 30-40 seconds or something, just by spamming it. So if you need a bit of Imperial Favor, that can be good, because you just kind of instantly complete the heart, and then you can buy a bit of extra Imperial Favor, so that actually kind of really helps. Another nice one I have done is the Peddler Merchant in Dragon's End, also for Imperial Favor. You can just log into them each day, buy the extra writs that make, you know, economical sense to do so. Jump Puzzle in Bavanisos, that's also a good one. The Hidden Garden, if you have access to that in Mount Maelstrom, is quite good. Any of the flax farming spots is good, because what you can do is have some gathering tools in your shared inventory slots. Then it'll allow you to double click on them, automatically equip and unequip various gathering tools, so you can use that to very efficiently pass infinite gathering tools between characters. You could have a bunch of characters parked at flax nodes in Verdant Brink and Draconis Mons. Log in, farm them, log out. I did that for a while. Very, very profitable. That's a good time. But yeah, they're kind of the ones that stick out in my mind. Or I should buy some more fractal encryptions there. But yeah, they're probably the main ones. I think I've done, there's, I think, 17 Griffin adventures, so I don't have all my characters parked because they've gradually been moved away. Where are you? Dragon's End. Yeah, see, like, all of these aren't really parked anywhere. Oh, jeez. That face, that's a look. But yeah. Alright, but yeah, let's look and see who else is online. Oh, what's the NPC in Dragon's Den? Oh, I'll quickly just log into it. Actually, let's go to Arborstone. Outside Central Tyria, Arborstone. There we go. I just do that to save on the 10 silver waypoint cost. So that loading screen cost me 10 silver. I think it's worth it though. Alright. So you come to this waypoint here. It's this little vendor here where it's got the little Imperial Favor icon. It's this Peddler Merchant here. So you can go talk to them, and then yeah, you can buy some writs there. Particularly you want that one I just got for Karma. and this one here, if you have some of the writs from the other maps, you're basically converting 15 Imperial Favor. Each one of these is worth 5 Imperial Favor, so 3 times 5 is 15, and you're exchanging that for 25. So yeah, it's like 15 free Imperial Favor a day, which, no, if you're not actively farming it, that does add up reasonably quick. But yeah, that's probably it. Also use your teleports to get close to stuff to save on waypoint costs, especially if you go into End of Dragons. The waypoint costs are pretty damn high. And Chronaris, can you play Power Hammer Scrap without kits? Yeah, absolutely. You can play it with Shredder Gyro, Blast Gyro, Throw Mine. You could put Rifle Turret on there. It'd also do the job. I play it without kits all the time. Hammer's so fun to use, but feels it gets overshadowed by kits. Yeah, you absolutely can. You might just lose a little bit of DPS, but it works just fine. And Tolson, welcome in. You have one question. You started playing as Herald, but you're playing right now with Sword, and Greatsword. Should you change Greatsword for Staff for open world content and fractals? If you want more breakbar damage, swap to Staff. You can actually... My preferred way to run Revenant is Sword, and Staff, because the Staff is just amazing CC and I really like Sword. But Greatsword's also fine to use. You have higher AoE damage but slightly lower single target damage. You can run Sword, and Greatsword if you want to run as much damage as possible. Yeah. But yeah, if you were to swap one, I'd swap out Staff. But really only do that if you're like, okay, I need the breakbar damage. It's a good sort of just easy one to leave on there though. Sword, and Staff is what I tend to use, because then you can kind of just camp Sword when you're doing damage, then swap to, well, I have Hammer on here, but you'd swap to Staff if you need the breakbar damage from Surge of the Miss. But yeah, the best damage version will generally be either Sword, Greatsword, or on some builds Sword, Hammer, because Hammer's actually going to be pretty bonkers after the next balance patch. And Xander, welcome in. You are new, just curious on why you have more characters than there are classes. Are there any benefits, or is it just fun to have multiple races? There's lots of reasons why you would do that. Quite a good one actually is every time you start a new character, you will have 2 equipment templates and 3 build templates. So every new character you get gives you access to 2 more equipment templates and more build templates. So it makes it easier to run more builds without having to buy the extra upgrades. It's actually more cost effective. You also get more inventory space. You could use those other characters to store items that you did not want to deal with. So that's good. I also like to use it where I have dedicated characters for game mode. So say, for example, this Revenant here, once it loads in, this is my main sort of PvE Revenant. I will use this Revenant for World versus World, and I will use this Revenant for PvP. Because the builds are all kept separate, it becomes very easy for me to organize, builds and stuff like that. I can also park characters at various profitable locations if I'm not actively using them. So say, for example, I've already done these, but I'll do it again just to demonstrate. I have these characters parked at Griffin Adventures, because I do the Griffin Adventures daily or whenever I log in, because it generates me a boatload of experience, which gives me spirit shards, which is an important currency for farming legendaries. One that most people, if you're not crafting legendaries, you have ample of. I'm crafting many legendaries, so I have none of. So, more characters means you can park them in more locations. You can also, different characters, different races, do story on different, do the story for different, races and stuff like that, different fashion, different looks, stuff like that. They're probably the main reasons. There's a lot of different reasons, and also one of the reasons why I have so many is for a time we had a channel point redeem where you'd burn 50k channel points and I'd create a character according to your specifications. So that is where a lot of the characters have come from. But those are the main reasons. Tolson, thank you for the follow, mate. I appreciate that. Alright, let's go and tee up a raid. You have 3 spirit shards and want to spend them. Any ideas on how to profit from them apart from legendaries? If you have 3, you're not going to be able to make much profit, if at all. If you mean like 3,000. I was going to say 3,000. Yeah, if you're asking the question of having 3 spirit shards, there's really nothing you can do with them. 3k, one of the best things to do will actually be converting tier 5 materials into tier 6 in the Mystic Forge. It will be just buy like all the ingredients. Do you have an NA guild? We have primarily an EU guild, but NA people are more than welcome to join. If you are interested in that, feel free to type your details in chat. I bounce around between the regions, but we are predominantly EU. But yeah, you'd be doing tier 5 to tier 6 promotions in the Mystic Forge, like converting tier 5 blood into tier 6 blood. You'll find the recipe for that. Just buy everything, buy Philosopher's Stones, and just plug away at it. I'm meaning to do that on a few other accounts that have a boatload of spirit shards, but yeah, it's just a bunch of Mystic Forge clicking. But it's roughly 50 silver to a gold per spirit shard. So yeah, I know, put your favorite second monitor content or our stream up on the background and then just press the button. And yeah, you'll generate gold that way. It's very reliable. Other than that though, legendaries. It's just very tedious. Better though now you have the refill the Mystic Forge button. But awesome, we're going to go tee up a raid now. So thank you all so much for hanging out. It's been very, very fun. Thank you to PD and Orca for coming along for Fractals. So we will be back on Sunday guaranteed. I'll see, because there is a bunch of Tyria Pride stuff going on this week. All the big Tyria Pride marches are going, so I'll see if I can slot into one of those and we can stream it, so that would constitute an extra stream. But this weekend's looking quite busy for us, so we'll have to see what our schedule looks like. So no guarantees, but guarantee we will be back on Sunday as per usual, which is going to be a good time. And Xander, thank you for the follow. And yeah, it's been good going through the patch notes as well. Definitely got much better appreciation of what's in there. A lot of stuff to like, which I am very happy to see. But yes, we are going to go get ready for bed now. It's been a big week helping take care of family. Lots of driving. Very keen to sort of hunker down and not drive for many hours a day for the next little bit. But yes, you all take care, and I'm going to catch you all in the next few days, and cheers. Today, we're talking about how to set up the perfect keybinds in Guild Wars 2. Customizing your keybinds in Guild Wars 2 is one of the best things you can do to make your gameplay smoother, more fluid, and more fun. The easier and faster that you can mash your buttons, the better time you're going to have. But Guild Wars 2 has a lot of skills you need to press, and honestly, the default keybinds when you first start the game are not fantastic. And speaking from experience, it's overwhelming not knowing where to start. Don't worry though, today I'm going to walk you through exactly how you should customize your keybinds, show you how I've set mine up, and leave you with a recommended set of keybinds if you're starting completely from scratch. Let's dive in. When you first boot up Guild Wars 2, your skills are going to be set from 1 to 0 on your number keys. Combine this with the fact that you move your character with WASD, there's no chance in hell you're pressing all your skills without having to move your hand, especially if you have tiny baby hands like me. One of the keys to getting good at Guild Wars 2, and all in all just making it more fun, is always being in control of your character. You always need to be ready to dodge in any direction. You need to move out of damaging AoEs, you need to chase after your target so you can keep attacking. Every moment you're not in full control of your character, you increase your chance of dying. Even if you're not moving your hand over to the far corners of your keyboard, you may end up just manually clicking your skills and dragging the ground target wherever you need it to go. This is slower, less accurate, and way harder to actually pull off. With a few simple changes, we can completely transform these default keybinds from being nearly unusable to being perfect in every way. We won't even need to touch a fancy MMO mouse. If you press F11 to bring up your in-game options, go to the controls menu on the left-hand side, and voila! We can now customize our keybinds. Here we can simply select the action we want to rebind, press whichever key we want to swap it to, and we're good to go. Now to do some actual rebinding. First up, having weapon skills on the 1 to 5 keys isn't actually too bad. They're right above WASD, well within reach. Outstanding. Utility skills are another matter though. Unless you've got Andre hands, you aren't pressing the 6 through 0 keys without moving your hand. Now I recommend taking your utility skills and rebinding them to Q, E, R, F, and C. This means they'll be right next to your movement keys, and now you have much easier access to your skills, and it is a drastic improvement. This still leaves us with our profession skills, which are still a bit of a problem being on our function keys. To make this much easier, what we're going to do is either assign the Shift or Control button plus Q, E, R, F, and C. This makes it so you can simply press the Shift or Control button and Q, E, R, F, C, and you get to have access to every single one of your profession skills. Being able to use Shift or Control to add to any of our keybinds does open up up a ton of options for you. With this, everything is still centered around your movement skills, we don't need to move our hands at all, and we retain perfect control of our character. This is just a suggestion though, so tinker with it to your heart's content, but I think it's a very good suggestion for everyone to start with, and it does not need a fancy MMO mouse to make this work. Now, keybinds are an incredibly personal thing, and everyone is going to have something different that works for them. For me personally, I use the Razer Naga, which has 12 buttons on the side, which I can use for different skills. This means my keybinds are super specific to me, but I'll give you a rundown of what I use if you're curious. I have my auto attack assigned to the 6 button because this is where my thumb